playing, although he spoke to the media today. He had been upgraded to questionable with a hamstring strain, but as you well know, he's not going to be playing tonight. That said, it's still a special night for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is the fact that tonight marks the halfway point of the season. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I'm excited about tonight's game. No Tyrese, so that's a little bit of a bummer, because he's a joy to watch and obviously his ties. But you know what's so crazy? Halfway point of the season, and we're already ahead of last year's pace. Through 40 games, we have a better record this year, Whitey, than last year. And so this is about the time last year when Sacramento kicked it into overdrive. And so as I know we feel a little upset about the last couple of losses and everything like that, but now's the time for the Kings to really turn it up.
So right now the Kings are 23-17, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Game 41 last year, they beat Houston 139-114 to raise a record at 23-18.
Yep.
And that was the third win of a 6 straight winning streak there, 6 straight wins.
Yep.
So it's pretty close, but it's going to be interesting to see how the Kings come out tonight after what happened to them the last couple of games. And also as we look back on the first half of the season and look ahead to figure out, all right, where is this thing? Is it still headed in the direction we all thought it was headed in?
Right. And I think coming off those last 2 losses, you got 2 here at home. These are statement kind of games. Like these games will tell us who we have as a Sacramento Kings team. We talked to Jason Anderson yesterday, and he talked about De'Aaron Fox sitting in the locker room for 20 minutes by himself after the loss to Phoenix. Well, now's the time to see De'Aaron bounce back, see this team bounce back. This Indiana team, severely shorthanded. They got the Pascal Siakam trade they're still working through and everything. So no Siakam, obviously no Tyrese. This is a team, even though they have the same record as you, they are not the same Indiana Pacers team we've seen all year long. And so I think we need one of those beat down kind of wins tonight, not just for standings. Obviously, you want to, stay out of that play-in spot, but also psychologically, right? You need a feel-good win. Think about this, Whitey. When's the last time this Kings team fan base saw their squad at home?
It's been a while.
It's been a while, right?
A couple of weeks, a week and a half.
Exactly. And if I'm correct, as I pull up the Kings schedule, it was not a good feeling the last time they were in this building. You remember that game? Hold up. I'm going all the way back, big fella. I'm going all the way back.
Was that the New Orleans game?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
See, I was trying to block that up. Trying to forget all about that.
And here's the thing. Because I was doing pre and post that night.
Yeah.
I had season ticket holders walking past me, giving me dirty looks.
Yeah.
I didn't even play, but they left this building upset. So that's what I'm talking about. Psychologically, this fan base needs a big win tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also think it would be really nice. Hey, you take a win however you can get it. But if the Kings were able to come out and just set the tone tonight. Now, if they don't and they still win, that's fine. But wouldn't it be nice? Because you know that there's kind of a sense here amongst Kings fans of, we're not sure where this is headed. We're optimistic still, but what's going on? And it'd be nice for fans to come out tonight just to get the idea from the jump that the Kings mean business tonight. And let's just have fun tonight.
Sometimes, we want to talk about the Kings and their championship aspirations and a deep playoff run and all this. Sometimes you actually got to look the part, right?
Yeah.
You can't just keep saying it. If
That's true.
Eventually we're going to have to start believing what we're seeing. And so I'm hoping tonight, to your point, the Kings look the part tonight of a Western Conference contender, of a team that can go deep in the playoffs.
How much time, a personal question, how much time you going to be spending after the game with your Disneyland buddy, Buddy Hield? I know you guys you guys are tired.
Dude,
you know that.
Dude, I tell you what. That picture, like Buddy's my guy. Like we always say hi, we always chop it up. But man, he has turned into public enemy number 1 here in Sac. I put that picture out there on social media, and it was like I took a picture with Marvin Bagley or something. Like,
what was that, August or something?
Yeah, it was
maybe a little later.
September, like Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Him and his family out there, and
it was a nice picture.
It was a great picture. You got an NBA player walking around Disney. My daughter was with me. Why not take the picture? The funny thing about that, and fortunately, my daughter's in school right now. I took a picture with Buddy Hield, but she didn't. Like, I should have said, here, take a picture with my daughter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But she didn't get in any of the pictures. It was all about me and my guy, Buddy. And so, No, we'll chop it up tonight before the game.
Yeah, it is interesting the way these two franchises are kind of intertwined, most significantly, of course, with the trade. But, not only was that so far a trade that helped both teams, I mean, both these teams kind of lifted each other out of mediocrity with that trade, right? I mean, it's been great for both teams.
They became relevant
yes.
after that trade, and it's worked out for both sides. We've talked about that. But the thing that you're seeing with Indiana and now with this Pascal Siakam trade, they've become almost a destination. Like Pascal Siakam, what was the word we heard last week? Pascal would not want to re-sign here in Sacramento.
Didn't want to go anywhere. Not willing to commit to any team. Not willing
to commit. But for some reason, all of a sudden, he's willing to commit to Indiana. When have you ever heard a big-name player that wasn't already on the roster say, you know what? I want to go play for the Pacers. So it has definitely changed their franchise, and we know what that trade has done for Sacramento.
Yeah, I don't know how much truth there is to this, but one of the things I read, you probably read it too, is that Siakam really loved the idea of playing with Miles Turner. Like he was second on his list of guys he wanted to play with.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that's just a way of trying to explain it. And maybe it came down to Siakam was just not going to commit to any team he didn't really want to play for. If he ever got traded, to a team he liked, then bingo, here we are. But I do think it was interesting. We'll talk about this as well. Your buddy Kevin O'Connor today wrote that, or maybe it was yesterday that he wrote that he thinks the Kings were still willing to make that deal. They just didn't want to give up as much if they didn't get a guarantee. So it's not like they said, oh, we're out.
Right.
They said, I don't know if we're going to get as much.
And Sam Amick went on Carmichael Dave this morning and said that it was very close to happening. Wow. Like, think about that.
Yeah.
We sat here, a couple of weeks ago when it was
somebody was telling me there's no way that's going to happen.
Hey, and I was proven to be right, but it came close, but I was proven to be right. But man, how do you feel knowing the Kings did not get it done and the Pacers did? Does that make you feel a type of way, or are you okay with it?
I'm okay depending on what the Kings eventually do.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah, if they end up they're not able to do anything, that would sting a little bit. If they're able to get somebody, and again, as I told you yesterday, at this point, I don't care who you get. Just get somebody. I've gone back and forth on Jeremy Grant. Right now, I'm totally in. I'm totally in on Jeremy Grant.
You're in on Jeremy Grant right now?
I am today, yes.
Hold on. Yesterday?
Yes, I know. You're right. I know. I've gone back and forth on it. After the way the Kings played the last two games, the bar is lowered for me a little bit.
Oh my God.
Jeremy Grant would help this team. So whoever Kevin O'Connor has a potential trade that we'll talk about involving Jeremy Grant. Yes, I'm all in on it. It's a fun time of year, but it won't be any fun if the Kings are not able to get anything done.
Yeah, you got to do something if you're Monty McNair. You put together a solid roster, a good roster, a team we could be proud of. But Mike Brown has said it. Your goal is to build a champion. And you looking at what everybody else is doing in the NBA. Look at Minnesota. Look at OKC. All the teams ahead of you. Are we on par with them? Right now, we're not. So you got to move the ball down the field. Right now, if we're playing an NFL game in terms of reaching the championship, we're not even in field goal range yet.
Nope.
We're still not even in field goal range. So at least get us in field goal range this year, Monty.
Yeah. Hey, I want to shift gears just a little bit here before we go to break.
Yeah.
We're going to talk a lot of Kings here this hour. Something really interesting is going on in town. I know we've touched on it just a little bit this week. The whole issue of Sacramento possibly being a temporary home for the A's. John Shea reported that in the Chronicle Monday. And so when John Shea throws it out there, that's not nothing. And they've talked with NBC Sports California about what the TV contract would be like. So they've had discussions. We know they've discussed it. Today, according to reports, guess who was touring the ballpark? The Oakland A's in Sacramento touring Sutter Health Ballpark. So now you've got Oakland fans saying, please, Sacramento, please don't support that. So what are we supposed to do?
Let's keep it real, Whitey. It's not just fans in the city of Oakland. We've bashed the organization all year long, basically. It's since this news came out. And now that they might want to come to Sacramento, are we supposed to embrace them, make them ours? This is a tough conundrum. And I might add, who owns the ballpark over there at Sutter Health?
Mr. Ranadive.
Exactly.
Well, no. He owns the
team that plays there.
Yeah.
Now you would have to imagine.
Does he own the stadium too?
That's a great. I think he might. I think he might. We'll have to look that up. But you have to imagine he's on board with this.
Yes.
And so me as a Kings employee, I'm caught in a weird situation right here. I'll call it like I see it. This is a tough pill to swallow because we spent the entire last 6-7 months bashing the organization, bashing A's ownership. And now that they're going to perhaps play here, we're supposed to forget about it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like they're just using us, though.
Well,
right?
But it works both ways because Sacramento, on the list of potential Major League expansion cities,
Right.
Sacramento might not be on the list.
Right.
But if we hosted a team for 3 years and really showed out,
Yep.
So that's what's
Oklahoma City Part 2.
Yeah.
That's what happened with the Thunder, right?
So if anybody knows how painful it is to lose your team, it's the fans of Sacramento came so close. So what are we supposed to do? And then you got the Oakland fans that we've been supporting saying, please don't get behind this.
So I want to dive into this more throughout the next, 3.5 hours or whatever it is, because I want to hear from the fans. Like, how do they feel?
Mhm.
How do you feel bashing the ownership, saying so long, sayonara, whatever, we won't support. They won't support them down there in Oakland. But now are we saying you're actually going to go to the games here in Sacramento? I don't know about that, man. It has been a wild day for me. I'll keep it real with you. It has been one of those days, and I'm red hot. I'm fired up. Let's go.
All right, we're back with more on that. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Very significant Sacramento Sports Day. Also, as we just discussed here, Kevin O'Connor's plan B to save the Kings season and keep the future bright. Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center, Kings and Pacers. Tonight, we'll have it all for you right here on Sactown Sports.
No teams have faced each other more in playoff history than the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. That record-setting 10th meeting is Saturday night as the top seed 49ers look to move to the NFC Championship, while Green Bay is seeking their second consecutive upset.
Join Greg Papa and Tim Ryan for the call, Saturday at 5:15 on your home for the San Francisco 49ers, Sactown Sports.
San Francisco!
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Plati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Kyle Draper, Kevin Gleason coming to you from the Golden One Center, of course, because the Kings and Pacers play tonight. Also today, we have the, I don't know if they're still around, but we know that the Oakland A's were touring Sutter Health Park because there's a possibility that the A's are going to play the 25, 26, 27 seasons here before they end up going to Vegas. I threw out a question on Twitter Monday when this story first broke. Just asked people, how many games would you go to? And it was running like 8 or 9 to 1 against and strongly against, like less than 0. I would never go, and then every so often you go, I would get season tickets.
Really?
I want to see it.
Wow.
But the vast majority is no, not on your life.
It's I understand the dichotomy here for Sacramento fans, but to your point, if Sacramento fans pack the stadium, pack the building, Rob Manfred looks at that and says, you know what? Maybe professional baseball could work in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And how many times have we heard, about some sort of, whether it's major league expansion, MLS team coming here, whatever. We're starving for a second major professional franchise. And if we show out, that could move us closer.
It could.
But it could also line the pockets of Fisher and the Oakland A's, which is it's hard to swallow.
Yeah, realistically, I don't know to what extent to which they could actually line their pockets. It's more like just kind of getting by before they go to Vegas. But here's the thing. I agree with everything you said. However, if you look at the cities that baseball's looking at now already, we're so far behind those cities. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't get into the running.
Are we?
Yes, because
Nashville,
Montreal, Nashville, Portland.
We're bigger TV markets.
I know, but we're just, baseball already has talked. They have already had groups in place. We could catch up, a little bit, make up some ground. But I don't think Sacramento would get an expansion team for a long time. That said, whatever happens now, 25 through 27 could be, crucial in helping that along. But I just think it's going to be a long time from now.
Yeah, and you might be right. And that's sad to think because we know how great this city is. We know how great this fan base is. And I do believe if another major league team or MLS team or whatever it may be comes here, we would firmly support it. It would become one of ours,
Yeah.
And I could argue, go back to 1985. I'm sure there were some people that thought we don't need the Sacramento King basketball here in Sacramento. Like, why would they go to Sacramento? How come they don't go to Louisville, instead? Because Louisville at the time was a basketball hub. They had the ABA, and look what the Kings have turned into. And so you might be right, but I think if MLB thinks that, MLS, whoever it may be, I think that's short-sighted. I'm looking at the long play, and it could be something that this city is proud of and calls its own.
Right. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it wouldn't benefit the city at all. I just think the benefits would be down the road. It's just trickier, as we know, given that you've got the Oakland fans that are so close. I mean, we're kind of the same. A lot of Sacramento people are Oakland A's fans who go to Oakland. So that's where it gets real tricky here. But you're right. I mean, Vivek, there have been stories linking him to National Hockey League expansion teams.
Right.
So bless him for trying to bring another team here.
And here's the thing we know about Vivek. He has big ideas and big dreams. I mean, think about Doco, the development we've seen down here, downtown arena, and everything like that. Can you imagine, like, the fervor that he would try to pursue another professional sports team in town? Like, I mean, from an ownership point, it would be a no-brainer. If you're Vivek, if you're a business person, it would be a no-brainer to try and bring an MLB franchise here.
Yeah, so you'd be going out there to watch the A's if they're in town next year.
It would
not this coming
tough.
season, but the following.
But it would be tough, man. It would really be hard. I'd have to canvass my friends and everybody and be like, we're all in it. I'd have to take a poll here on our show. Like,
I know.
Should we support this or not? Like, what would we do, Sacramento?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Back during the summer when we talked about this, my feeling was I would feel better if Sacramento just didn't get involved in any of that. But now it looks like we are, so we're going to have to make some choices.
And the problem is, it's not Major League Baseball that we're against. It's that team, not even that team, that ownership. If this was Kansas City that wanted to play here or something like that, I don't think it would be that much. But because of what John Fisher and the A's have done to our neighbors to the west, Oakland, it's like.
But MLB owners are culpable too. They've kind of turned a blind eye to all this, going, just get it done, whatever. Yeah.
If Manfred came out tomorrow and said, we want to expand and we want Sacramento to be a city, we would jump all over that. We'd be like, let's go. Let's make it happen.
If only it were that simple.
If only it were that simple, right?
Yeah. And we'll see. Maybe this is some kind of smokescreen. Maybe the A's are not going to end up here, but certainly something to keep an eye on. Yeah. And they were in town today. So appears to be certainly a real possibility here. How about the Kings winning tonight? That's a real possibility, right? Shorthanded Pacers. Let's go.
They better.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a statement win. I was driving here and I was doing the speed limit, even though I was running late. Whitey, trust me. I was not. I was 10-2 the whole way, baby. 10-2. But this is almost a must-win game. And I know there's a lot of, we still got half the season to play. Things can change, turn around. But the way this team is playing right now in terms of closing out games, I think it's kind of fragile right now. Like, I mentioned it in our first segment. Psychologically, we need a good showing tonight. We need a win tonight. I do think when you look at the Kings in this season, there's some people that think even though their record is better this year,
It's really close, by the way.
one game,
Yeah.
but they aren't as good this year. And I could argue they probably are better this year than they were last year, because think about some of these losses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they've let games slip away. They should have at least won one out of these last two.
But
Like,
that cuts both ways.
does it?
Sure. It's like, wow, they could have won that game. Yeah, but they didn't. And they didn't win that one either, or that one either, or that one either. It's hard to feel like that's a positive.
I think at their best, they are a better team than they were last year. I think De'Aaron Fox is a better player. I think Domantas Sabonis is a better player. I think Keegan Murray is better. I think Malik Monk is better. And so I think this is a better team when they are at their best than they were a season ago.
The key to it all may be what you said about they're not in a good headspace. Did you use that term, or maybe I imagined you said that? But talking about where they are,
I said they're a little fragile.
Yeah. Because on this we're getting way over our skis. But it's not hard to see how last year they were a team that took everybody by surprise. Everybody was on the same page. This is what we're doing. Watch out for us. And this year there's a lot more uncertainty. Like,
right.
What are we again? We were offensive. Last year we were a juggernaut. This year we got to play better defense, but we're not playing better defense. What are we? How are we supposed to do this? So that's the thing. Maybe they're playing better overall at times, but right now there's a hesitancy or an uncertainty, a lack of confidence that we didn't see last year. That's troubling.
Lack of confidence. That's a good way to say it, because even in the games that we watch, ignore the record, like just these last two collapsing the way that they have.
Yes.
Missing the free throws, blowing a 22-point lead. That wouldn't happen last year. And I said it the other day. Last year, the Kings found ways to win. This year, they're finding ways to lose. I will say this, though, Whitey, and the people at home listening or driving or at work. Momentum can cut both ways. I thought last year, and you mentioned it, we were in the midst of a 6-game winning streak right around this time last year.
Mm-hmm.
You can ride that wave of emotion, that feel good, and that propelled them in the second half of the season. Conversely, I think the doubt can start to creep in. The 50-50 balls don't go your way. The breaks don't go your way. The foul shots don't go your way. That can start to snowball as well. That's why I think tonight is so critical. Yeah, they have not lost 4 games in a row, Whitey, since the first 4 games of last year.
Wow. I had not realized that.
Last year. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So this team has done a tremendous job of, stemming the tide, stopping, remember, it was a couple of years ago we had like 2 9-game losing streaks. And so this team has found a way. And so that's why I think this game is so important, just to get the good vibes back. Then you got Atlanta at home, and you go 2-0, and you're starting to feel good again about yourself.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I think your first reaction is going to just be instantly to say no, but I want you really to think about it. And I don't know what the answer is, so I'm not trying to get you to say, the answer is yes. Do you think that all the trade talk may be having an adverse effect on any of the players, and as a result, to a degree, the team? I don't know the answer. It's something I wonder about.
It's a great question, and I can't absolutely say 100%, but I would imagine it has to.
They all say the right thing.
They all say
we're
right.
Professionals. Yeah.
But maybe, when they're here, it's not bothering them. But when they go home to their wives and families, Daddy, are we going to have to move to Portland? Are we going to, you get those questions, right?
Right.
Your spouse starts looking at schools maybe in some of these other places. And so how much is it affecting them? I don't know. But as a human being, you got to think it's on their minds at some point.
Right. It's easy as a fan to say, well, that's just part of it. They should deal with it. But you can only do so much of that as a person.
Yeah.
Before it starts to eat at you a little bit. All right. We're going to share with you that plan as promised to. It's a plan B to save the Kings season after Siakam went elsewhere. We have that for you next from the Golden One Center. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Carmichael Day for my good friends at Fire Wings with some bullet points for you to remember so you can be a professional fire wing eater. Like Wings Day Wednesday, 88-cent wings each and every Wednesday. 3 flavor lineup includes 7 classic wing flavors, 7 dry rub wing flavors, 7 fusion wing flavors. It's the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Go to firewings.com or download the app, find a location near you, order online, earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore.
Great selection, great factory financing and incentive.
And great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock.
Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Get your retirement savings to play ball with your retirement plan. Call Cap Trust today at 916-924-7527 or log on to captrust.com. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how an injury can turn anyone's life upside down. Whether it's a slip and fall, a car accident, or any other kind of injury. For almost 50 years, the Arnold Law Firm has been here to help you through the entire process to protect you and your family. If you are ever injured or in an accident, call the Arnold Law Firm. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777. That's 916-777-7777.
It's time to buck up, Sacramento. The professional bull riders are back. PBR Sacramento Wrangler Long Live Cowboys Classic will take over downtown's Golden One Center this February 2nd through 4th. 3 huge nights of edge-of-your-seat bucking, featuring some of the biggest bulls and toughest cowboys on the planet. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.
Stop by any participating Save Mart location for a 20% off ticket discount code when you buy Monster Energy.
Have you ever envisioned having $500,000 in advertising to conquer the remodel market, but felt overwhelmed at the thought of going it alone? Now you don't have to. Join Subcontractors United and share your advertising with 2 other contractors in your trade. Get $500,000 in advertising for only $1,042 a month. We are so sure this will work that we're giving away free advertising until June 2024 to qualified contractors. Visit subcontractorsunited.com today.
Beachhead Deli on 711 K Street is now your place to go in downtown Sacramento prior to all the games, concerts, and events. Conveniently located just across the street from the arena, Beachhead Deli features the finest gourmet sandwiches and craft beverages anywhere. Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street is also your premier lunch destination 7 days a week. Come by and say hi to new owner Brad Wakai. He's so excited to take care of all your taste bud needs. That's Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street in Sacramento. Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big ol' nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. 2-day GA tickets are on sale now starting at $85 or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Oak Ridge Winery.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Out here at Golden One Center, Kyle Draper, Kevin Gleason. When I came out here, I thought, man, the Pacers got a young squad, but it's actually some youngsters having scrimmages here. I can't watch these things. They had some girls playing earlier, And, poor RJ's putting up with me. I'm just watching him and going, no, that's not how she should do that. Does anyone ever coach these kids? It's hard for me to watch kids that I don't feel have been coached.
Really?
Yes.
Look at you ready to run down there.
Yes.
Run some laps or something.
Right.
Teach them how to do a layup.
Teach them how to close out, get in a defensive stance, something.
Oh man!
But they're having fun, so it's better that I'm. It's better that I'm up here.
You know what? And I know exactly what you mean. And my thing isn't necessarily about the fundamentals and the closeout. It's the way they play. And I'm not talking about these kids. My son plays 9th grade ball at Vista. And sometimes I love those kids. Great kids.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's hard to watch. Because I'm about the extra pass, move the ball, cut. All this ISO ball and everybody out to get their numbers. It bothers me sometimes. I'll admit. It bothers me sometimes. And, when you watch NBA basketball every day and you see the way you go to the practices, you hear what the coaches are talking about, then you go to a high school game or an elementary school game. It's like, yeah, we got a long way to go.
Yeah.
We got a long way to go.
Yeah. Some of the best advice my brother ever gave me was, he's older and he played pickup. And then I started playing pickup. And he said, look, when you get in a game, when you don't know the guys, share the ball. Because then you're going to get it back.
Right.
And he's right. It's great advice.
Right.
But, sometimes you get the ball back, and depending on who you're playing with, sometimes you don't.
Oh, I'll tell you what. My last run at the Folsom Lifetime, dude, I nearly stormed off the court. Man, because I cannot play with guys who don't know how to play.
Yeah.
It just bothers the heck. And I'm not saying I'm the end all be all.
But you're not talking about being a good player. You're talking about just knowing how to
the
play.
game and how to try to play as a team. The extra pass.
Yeah.
It's like, don't drive into 3 or 4 defenders. What about drive and kick? Like, drive and kick should be simple for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, that's basketball
simple, basic
101.
concept. Yeah.
Very basic basketball. But no, I played with guys that are driving in, throwing shots. It was literally, we lost the game and I was upset. I was like, I can't play. I can't. So I don't know if I'll go back, man. It was frustrating.
Did you have to leave the court then? You didn't get to play? Did someone else take the court?
Yeah. And there was a lot of people.
Yeah.
They only had one side going, like one court, full court. And there literally were like 28 people there.
Yeah.
And it was like,
because you want to get a run in.
You want to get a
when
run
you lose,
in.
it's like,
And then you lose and, playing with Yahoos. No offense, guys. I'm sure they might be listening, but I was so frustrated. I will say, though, let me make a quick announcement. Very special honor tomorrow night that I'll be a part of. I don't know if you follow me on IG, Instagram, or if you're even on there, Mr. Kevin Gleason.
Mm-hmm.
But I will be the host / in-arena announcer for the Vista Del Lago Eagles varsity basketball game tomorrow night.
That's
so
nice.
During the pregame, during the game, halftime,
that's
introductions. And so,
tremendous. That'll be fun. And that'll be such a thrill for the players. Yeah. A lot of stuff on social media. If your mom doesn't post it, I don't see it. So.
Ouch. It's so crazy. And I didn't tell you this because I didn't want it to go to your head. The other day, she texted me and said, this was about to do the show. This was probably Tuesday, I would imagine. Tell my buddy I said hi.
Nice.
I'm like, what? What are you doing, Mom? No. I don't know if she's talking about you or not, but she said,
wow.
Oh, my buddy.
I appreciate that very much.
Oh, my gosh.
Draper. And thank you for telling me. I know that wasn't easy for you.
Unbelievable, man.
That's nice. That's nice.
No,
it's a great honor. Good for you. Good for you.
I'm excited.
How about this story that Kyle Draper shared with me?
Yes.
We want to share with you. And it's your buddy Kevin O'Connor again. Kevin O'Connor's plan B for the Kings, how to save the season now that Siakam is going elsewhere. And so he says Sacramento's attention should be glued on Jeremy Grant and Pistons forward Bojan Bogdanovic.
Wow.
Not just on one of them, but both. Somebody on the chat says Whitey goes back and forth on players the Kings should acquire, like Draper goes back and forth on teams that he roots for to beat the 49ers. But yes, I'm all in on Jeremy Grant now. But what do you make of that? Jeremy Grant and Bogdanovic. Good player, bad hair.
Yeah, right. Exactly. He's holding on to it. I actually like that idea. I like both players. I think Jeremy Grant immediately could help you. Bogdanovic also. I mean, it's an upgrade. I mean, you look at Jeremy Grant, he could defend. He's spot-up shooter, catch-and-shoot guy. And Bogdanovic, we just saw him
light us up in Detroit.
Like, he went off in that first half. And so I think it would be a great move. With that being said, because Kevin O'Connor wrote about this and put this out there, I don't agree with the package that he talked about. But I don't know if we have enough to get it done.
He also says Bogdanovich is a more seasoned offensive player than Herter, and he's a better defender too. Yeah, but he's not a guard. Herter is, I know, 6'7", but I don't believe Bogdanovich plays the two. I don't know if he's ever played the two.
Especially defensively at the two.
Right.
You know, yeah, you're right about that. And so, and this is our guy, Kevin O'Connor,
right,
who's supposed to know these things. But, and also Bogdanovich is 34 years old too. What do you think? Does that scare you off or anything like that? His age at this point?
At this point, you know how I feel. Bring him on. Let's go. I think
see,
he could help us this year. Yeah, and I apologize because it's Bogdanovich, right? It's Bogey Bogdanovich, and this guy's Bojan Bogdanovich,
yeah,
and I apologize.
Exactly.
Yeah. Probably it doesn't. Maybe it should. It doesn't. But again, my thing is just the fit here with like him for Herter doesn't. You can't really do that, Kevin O'Connor. But otherwise, he's a good player. And Jeremy Grant, I think it would hinge on how he wants to play. When he was with Oklahoma City and they had all those stars, you know, he was kind of a glue guy, a highly skilled glue guy. Then he went to Detroit and Portland, and he just got a lot of money and gets a lot of shots up. So,
yeah,
does he want to win? Does he want to help this team win? He would really, I think he's a good defender and he's a good shooter. And if he is really interested in winning, I think he could really help this team.
No, I 100% agree. And, you know, people look at his numbers in Detroit and say, you know what, he put up numbers, but it was on a bad team. He was searching shots. I'm a firm believer with not just him, but other guys around the league. You put them in the right system. You put them in the right environment where they're part of a team, well coached, you know, other leaders on the team. Think about it. He played with Dame Lillard, who you had to live with constant trade talk and trade chatter and everything like that. It was dysfunctional down the stretch at times. Then this year, look at their team full of young guys, really just a bunch of guys thrown together, no real coherent system. And so I think we don't need Jeremy Grant to be the 27-point per game, score 26. Come here and be a 22-point per game.
That would
guy.
be tremendous.
That would be tremendous. And so, you know, one thing, when I look at the contracts too, his contract's at 27, 29 next year, 32, 34. So it's getting up there. And then a player option in 27, 28 for 36. The good thing is you have him under control. Like, this is not a guy that can bounce after a year or anything like that.
Not a rental.
Right, not a rental. And so I actually like the idea. I just don't know if we have the assets to give it up. Looking at Kevin O'Connor's tweet and what he said about this, as I pull this up, his package that he was talking about, let's run it down. The Pistons fire sale, he said, seems like it has already begun. As for the Kings, they could send Barnes and Mitchell with picks to Portland for Grant. So Barnes and Mitchell and picks, he said, not a pick, picks.
They do have a lot of second rounders too at their disposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Herter with picks to Detroit. You think that would be enough?
Depending on what the picks are.
You know, are we talking first rounders? Is he?
I'm not giving up 3 firsts for anybody, but if I could give a first and then, you know, change in some, you know, spare change with some second picks, I would do that. But the price tag for these guys now, man, if I'm Portland, they're like, hey, this is Jeremy Grant, it's going to cost you at least 2 ones, and I'd have to consider that.
You would consider?
I'd have to consider it because that's what it costs, isn't it? It just that's what it takes to get a guy like that.
I guess Siakam cost, but Siakam was a 2-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA.
Right.
You know, Jeremy Grant.
That's why over at Portland we're only asking for 2 for him, not 3. We're not being unreasonable.
So a couple of players and 2 first-round picks.
Yeah. Well, a first in a couple seconds, I think that would be highly doable. I mean, if I'm the Kings, I think yes, let's go. Let's make that happen. That's what I'm guessing their approach would be.
Right.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
If they were that close on Siakam, you know that they're looking at this very closely.
Yeah. I agree. And I think Jeremy Grant will help this team. It's clear as day they need to upgrade the roster. They need to make some changes because even though the record is better than it was a season ago by 1 game, I don't know if this team, as presently constructed, gets out of the first round.
And they also need a push.
Yeah,
they need a sign that, yes, we're behind you guys and we're going to do something to make the team better. Don't you think if Jeremy Grant came here, he would right now be their best defender?
Yeah. Him or Keegan. Yeah. I mean, De'Aaron Fox too. Like, I don't know, but he
might be. I think he would be, but
yeah, but it's
possibly
debatable.
Yeah.
But I do think his length is something we need. We don't have length. Look at all our positions. We don't have positional length, and I think you need that in the NBA.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, so there you go. A plan B for saving the Kings. And maybe we'll be hearing more about that in the days to come when we come right back to the Golden One Center. Here's an idea, Kyle. How about the Kings make some free throws next? Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The divisional round of the NFL playoffs continues Saturday on Sactown Sports. First, it's the AFC's top seed Baltimore Ravens as they look to back up the league's best record when they host the upstart Houston Texans.
Then the 49ers start their postseason as they host the Green Bay Packers. Texans and Ravens at 1:30, Packers and 49ers at 5:15.
The NFL playoffs right here on your home for Super Bowl 58, Sactown Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. It's a new year. So, Chad, the big question, what's happening at Hoblet for Chrysler's Start Something New sales event?
We're starting the year off with even more savings. Right now, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 heavy-duty trucks with no payments for 90 days. That means you can get the new personal or company truck you've been needing and not make a payment for 3 months.
But why choose Hoblet versus all the other guys?
Because we not only have the best savings, we have the best selection of the hard-to-find heavy-duty trucks you need. Plus, when you come to Hoblet, you get the big city savings with the small town family feel. There's a reason why so many of our customers buy from us over and over again.
Aha! See their full inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,000 total net savings after 98.34 factory rebates and 51.66 dealer discount. Rebates may include 1,000 Case equipment bonus cash. Must have purchased qualifying new equipment from Case dealer. No payments for 90 days through Chrysler Capital on approved credit. 10th is net savings. See dealer for details.
Plantar fasciitis feels like pointed, sharp pain, very intense. It can make your eyes water. It makes you walk funny because you're trying to get pressure off your heel. I had instability. I was so frustrated. I didn't know what to do. And I was driving past the Good Feet store. I mean, why not? Give it a try.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure they fitted me with the right thing. And so they brought out several different arch supports and gave me the opportunity to try them in shoes and walk around with them until they found the perfect ones for my feet. I had no idea that they would be that patient, and I had no idea they would be that kind. And you just knew, like, your feet, just when they got on the right ones, they were like, oh yeah. And it really did make a big difference. It made my foot not hurt. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Kevin Lewis of National Garage Door. Whether you need to repair a broken spring, install a new opener, or buy a quality Rainer door, National Garage Door is here for you. Call us today to see how we can transform your house with a new garage door.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper, also known as Drapes, here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. That's where I got my gorgeous black-on-black EQS SUV. I'll be honest, it's the most stunning car I've ever owned, and let me tell you why I love it. First of all, the minute you step inside, you feel like you're driving a luxury vehicle. Plus, I love the onboard navigation system. And I tell you what, my kids just love the front seat and rear seat heating option. You know how it is up here in Northern California. You got to have that during the winter. And of course, during the summer, you got to have seat cooling. Well, my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV has that as well. Go see my friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. They believe, guys, that when you buy the world's finest car, it should be an experience you'll never forget. It's the greatest car shopping experience I've ever had. They were tremendous. The ease of buying, they just made it super simple. It's just 30 minutes from Sacramento, right off of I-5. And of course, you can always go online at mbofstockton.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Big day in Sacramento Kings tonight against the Pacers, halfway point of the season. No Tyrese Haliburton, although he did talk to the media today. We'll hear what he had to say coming up here with the Drive Guys. It's just the way it goes. Disappointing. You know, RJ running our show here.
Yeah.
We were talking before the show and mentioned that Haliburton's not playing, and he was like, no, really? That's why that was the thing I was looking forward to the most. So
no, he's
it's unfortunate.
As much as has been made about him or De'Aaron Fox and by the national media and everything. I think one thing we all agree: Tyrese Haliburton is a joy to watch. He is one of those guys that around the league you start to pay money to come see. Whitey, the third installment of the All-Star voting came out today.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese Haliburton had the third most out of all guards in the NBA in terms of total votes.
Wow.
Behind Luka and Steph Curry. Tyrese Haliburton, based on fan voting, the third most popular guard in the NBA right now.
That's incredible. Also noticed, maybe because of your efforts, front court, 10th now is Domas.
My guy.
So he's only like 1.3 million out of a starting spot. And then let's see here.
Fox moved up.
Yeah,
Right?
De'Aaron Fox is seventh. So
now, yeah,
both of them in the top 10, but it's still, woefully short of where they should be. But at least, thanks to everybody who we've been asking people to vote for weeks now. So thanks to everybody who responded.
Thank you.
But we got to keep it going.
Yeah, the drapes the vote is still continues. I know we got a triple day coming up here soon. But back to Tyrese really quickly here. I don't know if he becomes the darling of the NBA if he stays here in Sacramento. And so we talked about the trade working for everybody, both teams. The trade worked for the players also.
Mm-hmm.
The players involved. Tyrese, he's blossomed into this leader, leads the NBA in assists, all-star. And also Domantas Sabonis gets to become a franchise cornerstone on a winning team and really play his game. Him and Miles Turner, they had some solid years, but it didn't translate into winning.
Right.
And now you're seeing Domas, a three-time All-Star, All-NBA, really playing the best basketball of his career right now.
I think we've talked about this before. This is fascinating to me, to your point about Domas and the success they had, he and Miles Turner with the Pacers, from 2016 through 2020. And I don't think Domas was there for all of that, but from 2016 through 2020, the Pacers won between 42 and 48 games every year. Right. And they lost in the first round all 5 years.
They were good.
Yeah,
but
right.
It didn't train,
right.
They had maxed out almost.
Uh-huh.
And so something needed to be done, from an Indiana perspective. And fortunately for us, he came here to Sacramento. And so, back to, Tyrese, I would love to see him play. It's also Chris Duarte's chance.
Oh, that's
maybe
right.
if he gets some run tonight.
I remember him.
Yeah, remember him, right? Hopefully he gets some burn tonight to send a message to Indiana like, you shouldn't have got rid of me,
We're going to see Sasha, right? And I'm not saying we should, but just based on Mike Brown's pattern so far, the fact that he played last game, played well, we're going to see Sasha.
Yes, definitely going to see Sasha. I would be completely blown away.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just last game. It was the game before that. And I know Keegan got hurt, and then that's how Sasha got his minutes in the second half. But on the floor, Sasha has looked good the last 2 games. We've talked about Mike Brown rewarding guys. Sasha should be rewarded for his play the last couple of games.
Would like to see the Kings make some free throws tonight. So I did some research on free throws, and I found this on Wired. Do you know who we'll get to the free throws in just a moment. First, thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
Here's Tyrese talking to the media today, and he doesn't talk about the trade. He was just asked what he thinks of where the Kings are right now. Tyrese Haliburton today.
I think the new coach has helped a lot. And, I think winning changes things. Like Fox has been one of the best guards in the league, for the past couple of years. And Domas is a seamless fit. So and they got really good guys that fit in the group well. I think Malik is a really, really good player. Keegan's a good draft pick. They filled out their roster really well. So that has a lot to do with their success.
So I think maybe there's some progress there because it's not, hey, why did you get traded? Right. We're finally, I think everybody is finally getting beyond that.
Getting past that.
Yeah.
And I think, fortunately, with Tyrese in Indiana and Sacramento, it wasn't us talking about that. Now, if we had some national writers here or something, guys like Kevin O'Connor and, guys like that, maybe they would bring it up. But I think when you talk in front of Sacramento media and Indiana media, we both understand what it was and what it is right now.
Would like to see Domantas and De'Aaron Fox play tonight, even though, and nothing against Tyrese Haliburton, but I'd love to see both of them show, all those critics that, the Kings did it. They made a pretty good trade.
Yeah.
I want to hear about, they traded the wrong guy.
Can you imagine, even if Tyrese's not playing, if the Pacers win this game, it's like, see, that's the narrative. Like the Kings, that they've maxed out. They've reached the ceiling. They never should have traded Tyrese, even though Tyrese isn't even playing tonight. But that would be the narrative. And so, no, I'm with you. Our stars better be stars tonight.
Yeah. Okay. Quickly, the free throws.
Yeah, let me hear it.
There was an interview that was done actually in 2019 with Steve Nash. Did you know? I didn't realize this. Steve Nash's career free throw percentage, 90.43, highest in league history.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
90.43. So this guy who wrote this piece, he got together with Steve Nash to shoot some free throws and get some pointers. This was 2019. Steve Nash had retired in 2015. So he goes out there 4 years later and they're shooting. Steve Nash says, it's been a while. And they shoot and he misses his first free throw. And the guy was like, he said, I almost felt sorry for him. Then Steve Nash made his next 99.
Are you serious?
His next 99 free throws.
Wow.
When he said he had barely shot him in 4 years. And the writer asked him, doesn't it get boring or repetitive when you're making all these shots? And Steve Nash says, it's kind of like meditative. You get in that state of mind, So much of it obviously is mental. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Kings, who, as we pointed out yesterday, last year they were seventh in free throw percentage.
7th,
and this year they're last.
Yeah.
And I think it's because of the distractions and the things going on. And it's one of the ways the Kings are beating themselves, and hopefully it stops soon. I'd like to see them make some free throws tonight because they're capable of being a much better foul shooting
But
team.
you know how it is, Whitey. I talked earlier about momentum. It can go both ways. And I feel the same when it comes to free throw shooting. The more you miss, the more it gets into your head, the more we talk about it. And then it sort of snowballs. And they know it's an issue right now. We've seen with Kevin Huerter and some of his shooting, he knows at times he's had a rough time shooting the ball. Then it gets in your head and then starts snowball. Fortunately, it seems like he's starting to come out. Like, you just need to have a game where you go 25 of 27 or something like that. Like, that's the only way to me out of it. Obviously, practice and everything, but you got to do it in the games. And I think right now, these are professionals, obviously, and you would think that this shouldn't bother them, but it has to, right? Because they're human beings. Trust me, De'Aaron Fox knows he's shooting 72%. Domantas Sabonis knows he's shooting 60%. And I guarantee you these guys want to make it, but then it gets to the line. Uh-oh, here we go again, Sort of like, and I'm not comparing these guys to Ben Simmons, but Ben Simmons, his free throw situation, it was all mental. He got the yips. Yep. Exactly. And so it can snowball into that. And I think that's what you're seeing now with Sacramento. Part of it is, it's getting into their heads a little bit. What's interesting about De'Aaron Fox in that Milwaukee game, I believe he was perfect from the line in that Milwaukee game. It was Malik Monk who was 6 of 10 from the free throw line and missed. De'Aaron missed the one at the end.
Because combined they missed 3 of the last 4.
Yeah, he missed the one at the end. Excuse me. Yeah, but it was Malik Monk who missed 4, which is shocking.
Yes, it is shocking because we know that De'Aaron Fox struggles with his foul shooting a little bit, right? That's an area in which he's got to get better. Sabonis struggles. He can be better. He should be better. But Malik Monk's a very good foul shooter.
Very
That's
good.
what he missed too. Was like, okay, something's
up, right? Yeah, just the juju or whatever you want to call it. It was off then. And we know the guys practice free throws. Mike Brown, what they do at the end of practice is you got to go around to every court in the practice facility and make 2 straight. If you miss, you got to stay out there and keep shooting.
Because fans are going to fan. They need to practice their free throw shooting.
Like they don't. Right, exactly. And guys do it on their own too. Like just because you don't necessarily see it in practice, guys work out on their own too. And I guarantee you they take free throws when they work out.
They got to work on the mental aspect of free throw shooting. That's where they need to practice. If only I could help them. All right, we'll take a timeout. When we come back, the season is half over tonight, as we mentioned. So what is your midterm grade for the Kings? Tell you what grade they got from a national publication next on The Drive, guys, Sactown Sports.
The 49ers earned the NFC's top seed.
On the first play of the game, CMC Dynamite!
Join all of our shows. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Dials, and Watkins. And the Drive Guys as they follow their quest for a 6th Super Bowl title.
Pressure guard away by Young and sacked by Eric Armstead.
Sactown Sports is your home for San Francisco 49ers football.
San Francisco!
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Yep, that trailer hitch and folding bed cover from TruckSmart makes road trips a breeze.
Right? I'm so much more organized on the job site since TruckSmart installed my truck rack and toolbox.
And they had it all in stock, so I just waited as they installed everything.
Take a look at this sweet Rhino truck lining. They sprayed it on.
Yeah, you win. That is sweet.
Truck Smart, truck and SUV accessories for on the road and the job site. Stop by one of our 2 locations in Rockland or Auburn. Trucksmart.com. Your truck's gonna love them.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. Get the best selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade, even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big ol' nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. 2-day GA tickets are on sale now, starting at $85, or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Oak Ridge Winery.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Well, I thought Kyle was excited about the game before. So Drive Guy is here at the Golden One Center. He is excited about the Kings and Pacers, but now he just got word from Jay that the play-by-play guy for his beloved Packers, Wayne Larrivee, is going to join us at 4:30. Now you're really excited.
My guy Wayne Larrivee. Now. Don't let my Green Bay Packers come in there. Dude, Jay, you're terrible, man.
Why should you? You're a Packer fan.
I got exactly. I got some things I want to say, but I'm gonna let my Packers do the talking this weekend. Yeah, go Pack, go. If you've ever been to Lambeau, that's the chant there. Go Pack, go.
When are you gonna get your cheese head? Is it on order? Is it, you're waiting for it to arrive? Maybe.
I'm gonna wait till they win. I don't want to invest in it. They get spanked. Then what I'm gonna do with it, right? Now, if they win, I might come in Monday wearing that thing.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Yeah. That would be, oh my gosh, that would be crazy. Oh.
Yeah. RJ was saying, I missed the show Monday. I wanted to hear or Tuesday, right? He said, I wanted to hear what Kyle had to say about, the Eagles losing. And then I said, well, he's all in on the Packers now. And RJ just shook his head and said, he can't help himself, can he?
I can't, man. I just keep digging myself a bigger, deeper hole. But, it's all fun. It's sports, man.
What happened to Fly, Eagles, Fly? Now it's Go, Pack, Go?
No, it's Go, Pack, Go. I told you, I have 2 teams, RJ.
Yeah.
2 teams.
Oh.
The Eagles and whoever is facing the Niners.
I didn't see the bandwagons intersect. I missed it there.
And if the Niners win, I'll be in the Barry Sanders jersey next week as they get ready for the Lions, So that's just how
Got a Herman Moore on deck.
I know, exactly.
I was thinking today how funny it would be. This is unlikely, but I was thinking how funny it would be to see your reaction if the 49ers ended up playing Tampa Bay and then they go to the Super Bowl and they play Houston.
Oh, my God.
They play Tampa. Who you got, man? Who you wearing?
That's a
going Warren Dunn, D. Brooks, Warren Sapp. Who you going?
I might go Vinny Testaverde
or Vinny T,
like that. Vinny Testaverde jersey on these. Yeah.
Now this the big one, Whitey. Yeah. If they play the Texans, who don't have a deep history, who you going?
Yeah, that's a good question.
You going D'Amico, Andre Johnson, JJ? Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's Andre Johnson too. That could be one. Yeah. Matt Shaw, but I might come out with a Matt Shaw jersey on y'all. Y'all, come on, man. They better. The Niners better win, funny. Jay. I'm just saying they better win because y'all didn't. For the last 6 or 7 weeks, I've been taking a beating at the hands of Niners fans.
Yeah, but you were kind of you had a hand in that yourself.
Right. And I'm okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, don't let the rabbit get the gun. Don't let the tables turn because I'm coming at all y'all. I'm taking names. I got a list. Everybody out there, man.
Speaking of lists. Anyway, Wayne Larrivee today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Frankie's going to be with us this hour. By the way, we got a new thing with Frankie when he comes on. When he's done, we give him a basketball card of a player that reflects how good a job we think he did. So last week he got a Sabonis. You were out of town. So we'll see how he does today.
Nothing wrong.
Yeah, I
with
hope you'll help me decide,
So that was a
tough
good
but fair.
Last week,
that was good.
Bonus, that was good. Okay.
That was good.
All right.
We'll see how he does this time.
Yep.
Yeah. Here's a list here. This is from Bleacher Report, and it's mid-season or midterm grades for NBA teams. Let's see. OKC got an A+. Boston, the Clippers, Minnesota get A's. Atlanta a D. Washington D-, Golden State a D+, and Detroit gets an F. For the Kings, B-.
Mid-season grade.
Mid-season grade for the Sacramento Kings, B-. What do you think of that?
I might even give him a C+.
Wow.
I might even give him a C+ because here's why.
You're gonna be tough on Frankie today.
I'm grading on the curve.
Uh-huh.
I'm grading on what my expectations for this team is. I expected them to be better. Not necessarily record-wise. I'm talking about the way they play. I expected it to continue off of last season. You build upon that. And right now, they've been trudging through the mud. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Like you can't get any momentum going if you're set. So I would give them a C+, because I think they could be so much better than what we've seen this season.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I actually don't know who wrote this, but they pointed this out. Maybe time for a little perspective. This team is 16 straight postseasons, getting there 2 years in a row, totaling 50 wins in the second year, even if it's with a shaky point differential, would be a huge win, end quote. I think we're beyond that now. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. There's some truth to that, but fans expect progress this year, fairly or unfairly. I know we've talked about this a lot. Fans want this team. They thought it'd be better by now. Fans are going to demand a deal because that's really the only way we can see the team getting better. And fans are demanding that this team be better than it's been so far this year.
And this team has shown, because here's the thing, Whitey, that they can be better.
You're right.
Because you look at their losses this season, they should have 4 or 5 more wins. And so this team should be better. You can't lose to Portland without 2 of their starters. You can't lose to Charlotte here at home.
Right.
All they got is Terry Rozier and Miles Bridges. Like, there are some bad losses. You can't lose 4 times to the New Orleans Pelicans. You can't lose twice to the Houston Rockets. Like, there are some bad losses here. I got the schedule right here. Let's talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you lose at Philly. They're shorthanded. Okay, that happens.
Yeah.
That happens. But you lose at home to Charlotte. I mentioned that one. You lose at Portland. That's a bad loss. You lose 4 times to the Pelicans, and not just losing, you get spanked.
It gets worse
by the
every
Pelicans.
time you play them. Yeah,
exactly. You lose to Golden State twice. Golden State's not good, and I understand it was early in the season, that thing, but this team
got them next week, right?
Yeah, got them at 23-17. This should be a 27-13 team right now.
That's a great point. It's not that fans are unrealistic. They're not with their, ostriches with their heads in the sand. Going, this team should be a really good team. It's like we've seen it. We all know it. And I have to think that the front office sees it too and ownership sees it too. And that's why I have to believe they're doing everything within their power to make a trade, because it's a truth that is undeniable right now.
Have they underachieved? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. And so that's why I can't give them anything better than a C+. Like a B+ means they're all right. They're doing things right, but they're underachieving right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And I think they would think that too. And there's a lot of time left to be played. It's a long season. You're going to have peaks and valleys. But
yeah, we know all about that.
Let me ask you this, though, because one of the things last year when we talked about, the loss to Charlotte, the loss to Washington, we said, well, they had some wins probably that they shouldn't have had. Have they had any of those this season? Are there any wins where you like, man, they probably should not have won that game.
No,
Not
and that's
really,
what makes
right?
the last two games, not that those were games you shouldn't have won, but if you win at Milwaukee, then at Phoenix, that helps to cover up the stink from some of those other losses.
We don't have the wins that help OKC maybe, Denver way back yonder, way back when. Minnesota, but that's way back in the past. Like, we need some statement feel-good wins right now.
Mm-hmm. And you need one tonight.
Yes.
And I agree with you. Statement. You said statement. But, I say that, but I've gotten tired of watching the Kings and talking about the Kings after a tough loss and saying, well, we'll see what they have tonight, because I don't know. They just, every time I think I know what to expect from them, they mystify me.
Right. You would think being back home, understanding how deflating those last two losses were, you got your crowd, that we would see an inspired Sacramento Kings team. But to your point, I'm not sure. I don't know which team. Is this going to be a blowout? Is it going to be a close game? I have no idea what to expect tonight.
Mm-hmm. I think the Kings are still searching for an identity. And I think some of that is, kind of, there's really nothing to it. You can talk about identity and culture sometimes too much. But it is important for this team to have a sense of what they're about and how they're supposed to win. And last year they had a clear idea, and I don't think they know this year.
Yeah, I hear you. When you look at last year, they won with offense, right?
Exactly,
They won with offense.
Watch out, because we're coming for you. Yeah.
What do they win with this year?
Fox sometimes, Domas sometimes,
right?
Three
it's
sometimes.
Too choppy, right?
Yeah,
it's all over the place.
Yeah,
there's no continuity, no flow, no. It's just one game they look this way, the next game they look that way, then the following, and I think that's frustrating for Mike Brown and the coaching staff, because imagine not knowing which team you're going to get when you walk into the building.
Right.
When you look at the best teams in the NBA, like we know this Pacers team, for instance, we know who they are. They're an offensive team. Defense is optional. They're going to try to outscore you. That's their identity. But at least they know that who they are going in.
Mm-hmm.
What can the Kings hang their hat on? Who are they?
Have to wait till the game starts to
right.
let you know.
Okay, all right. It's a night where they're hitting threes. So this is, and I think that's what it was last year. High octane offense, fast pace. For instance, White, we hear so much, and this stat kills me, boggles my mind. We hear so much from Mike, the players, the coaches, everybody. Hey, we want to play fast. We want to play fast. The Sacramento Kings, when it comes to fast break, 25th in the NBA.
They don't do it.
I just don't get, you would think with De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, these guys, you would be out and running and be a top 10 fast break team. We're 25th in fast break points.
Yeah, Phoenix is way down in pace, and Phoenix, they ran at times second half, they ran the Kings out of the gym.
Right. That's the thing. Like Phoenix, especially in that fourth quarter, was
and
pushing
they don't
the
run.
pace, and that's not their thing.
Right.
And
kind of
so,
mystifying.
That's so perplexing to me, is how come, because that's what you hear Mike talk about, playing fast. And I know he's talking mostly by the half court, but we even talked to him about it the other day after the Suns game. He said what we're having is guys that will get the rebound, and 2 or 3, 4 guys come back to the ball, look for the ball instead of getting out and go. It's been that way all season long.
Oh, and that's, you talk about basic basketball, getting out, running, getting the easy buckets when they're available.
Right.
They're not always going to be there.
Make
but
life easy
run,
for
sometimes, lay it up and in. When we come right back, the season's half over tonight, so has your idea of what constitutes a successful season, has it changed at all? Is it in the process of changing? It's next year when we come right back to the Golden One Center with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Sunday on Sactown Sports, 2 more teams will punch their tickets to the conference championships. The Detroit Lions get another home game as they host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then it's Mahomes versus Allen as the Chiefs battle the Bills in Buffalo.
Bucks and Lions Sunday at noon, followed by Chiefs and Bills at 3:30.
Get all your NFL playoff action on your home of Super Bowl 58. Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias, I loved being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought him. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
For sore feet, aching back, knee, or hip pain, come to the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville.
Preview here on the Golden One big board of the tribute that we'll enjoy tonight to Rock, Mitch Richmond, who's going to be in the building. Yeah, we got the Kings and the Pacers tonight from the Golden One Center. No Pascal Siakam, of course. Pardon my ignorance here, Kyle. I don't know. Is that trade even official yet?
No, it's not official yet. Yeah.
And by the way, we have Mark Boyle, Pacers outstanding, legendary play-by-play guy. He's going to join us at 5. And just so you know, we can't even ask him about any of that because he can't comment on it. So,
right.
People are going, why did they ask about the trade? Until it happens, he is strictly prohibited from talking about that. But no Siakam, no Haliburton tonight. But it's going to be a special night anyway with the Kings back home and with a tribute to the Rock, Mitch Richmond. Now, that was a good trade. You talk about trades?
Yes.
That was a great trade.
Yeah, look at that. And they're showing the jersey retirement ceremony for Mitch Richmond, number 2, going into the rafters. And it's going to be a great night to have him back in the building, an exciting game tonight. And hopefully the Kings play inspired ball for Mitch Richmond tonight.
Yep.
The greatest king ever, by the way. Let me put that in there.
Ooh, greatest king ever.
The greatest Sacramento king
Look at
ever.
Whitey giving him that side eye. He giving you a little side eye, Jay.
I'm ready to defend Drapes.
See, I think I'd have to go Webb and
C-Webb.
The
respectfully.
Rock.
Yeah. You're not going the Rock over C-Webb, huh?
It's close. I love both of them, but I'm going with the Rock, man. Anytime Jordan says you're the toughest cat to deal with, it's the Rock, baby.
Yeah. Also, the Rock, if he hadn't gotten hurt in 96, if he hadn't turned his ankle, the Kings might have pulled off one of the great playoff upsets.
Yes.
But they didn't.
They didn't.
They had it right there. They had those Seattle Sonics right there in their seats.
Yeah. And that was a great Sonics team, too. That would have been a massive upset. I think, Seattle won 57, I think, that year? I can't remember. But that was a great Sonics team. Yeah.
Friend of the show, by the way, too.
What's that?
Said friend of the show, by the way. We just had him on a couple weeks ago.
Mitch Richmond. Yeah.
All right. We're working on it. Yeah.
I know. I just hit him up again. He's probably over in the Sawyer right now getting his midday nap or something.
Nah, he's upstairs, man.
You know what I mean?
I'll shoot him a text behind you, too.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Your view of what would constitute, a successful season, has it changed at all?
No,
and
not at all.
Is win a playoff series?
Yes. You got to get to the second round. You know, whether if you're the 6 seed and you face the 3 seed, I don't care. Even if you're the underdog, you got to get to the second round because I think you're talented enough. Sure, the Clippers may have a better record. Sure, OKC may have a better record. Sure, you may have to face Minnesota or whoever it may be. But you can't tell me that if it's a 4 or 5 matchup and you're the 5 seed, you got to get to the second round.
Mm-hmm. To me, if you get to the playoffs, it's a successful season, even if you don't win.
Really? Why?
Yeah. And it'd be great if they win.
So if you're the number 10 seed and get your way in through the play-in and you're the 8 and get bounced in 5 by Minnesota, you're okay with that?
I think it would be a successful season, big picture.
Man, come on, man. Yeah. What are we doing?
You know why?
You're setting the bar too low for these guys.
You know why, though? It's because, after watching this team for years and years and years and years and years, making the playoffs is still something. I know last year they broke the drought, but still, it's still an accomplishment. And the other thing is, talk about the Weber team. In 99, the Kings broke through. They got to the playoffs. The next year, it's supposed to be, this team's great. They won 44, and they got bounced in the first round again. But it ended up being okay because they ended up becoming pretty good after that. So, it doesn't always happen the way we want, as quickly as we want, in linear fashion. But to me, if you make the playoffs again this year, I think that's something you can feel good about.
Make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You're the Atlanta Hawks. Is that what we're striving to be?
Actually,
what we want to be?
For the Kings to make the playoffs 2 years in a row, when's the last time that happened? That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. I got
04, 05, 05, 06, whatever it is.
You're talking franchise-wise. I'm looking at the talent on the roster. I'm looking at 2 All-NBA guys that we can't get out of the first round. 2 of the 15 best players in the NBA, and we can't get out of the first round.
Also depends, like we said yesterday, how it happens. But I think, that's an accomplishment. But a lot of it depends too on what they actually do at the deadline. If they do, we talked about this yesterday, of course. If they don't make a deal, then I think just making the playoffs would be a huge accomplishment, frankly. If they don't add somebody,
but
I think that would be a monumental accomplishment.
Just making the playoffs?
Making the playoffs. I'm not saying they couldn't win a series. We're talking about the fact that the Kings have made the playoffs once in the last 17 years. That's what we're talking about.
Maybe that's what you're talking about. I'm talking about this version of the Kings has made the playoffs 1 out of 1 years.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's great.
And that's nice. That's fine and dandy. I'm not looking at the last 16, 17 years, baby steps. I'm looking at let me ask you this. Let's say Monty McNair, and I'm going back now.
Okay.
Let's say we entered this season and we had Fox at the 1. We had, and I'm just throwing names out here. Just bear with me.
All right.
Bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
Play along. Steph at the 2, Durant at the 3, LeBron at the 4, and AD at the 5. Well, this team just made the playoffs. That's okay. It's baby steps. No, you look at the roster. When you have 2 All-NBA guys, when you have multiple All-Stars, when you have a number 4 overall pick, when you have a 6th man of the year, the head coach of the year, you got it. Just making the playoffs, that should be a no-brainer. That's not an accomplishment in my eyes.
I think
they should wake up and do that each morning.
Except
playoffs,
you have to consider how tough the West is right now. You consider not only the team's history, as I said, and you don't want to go there, okay, but it's a fact. They had a long drought, and making the playoffs is it's something significant, especially given how tough the West is, especially given how in the offseason, you didn't do a lot, right? And other teams in the West, they were making moves, and if you get in the playoffs again, and hopefully they win, hopefully they go to the finals. Again, I'm not saying they can't win in the first round, but if they do, rubber stamp. Where's the rubber stamp? Successful season, right?
Thanks, Selena. Selena just brought some lunch. I'm needed all this arguing I'm doing here on the show. But let me ask you this, though.
Hopefully they will win in the first round, and it won't matter.
And I hear you, and I understand what you're saying. But should Mike Brown and the players feel that? Should the fan base feel, all right?
No.
If we make the playoffs, I'll be good. No, you got to shoot. I'm trying to win. You shoot for the, what is it, moon, aim for the moon and land in the stars or whatever the saying is. Like, I'm shooting for a championship. I'm not thinking about first round.
Shoot for the moon, aim for the stars. Isn't that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not good at those kind of things.
Yeah.
But that's my thought.
No, the players shouldn't be thinking that, but fans have to be realistic.
And maybe I'm too new to the area. And I want to hear from Sacramento Kings fans. We got Frankie Cartoselli. He'll maybe weigh in on this as well. What constitutes a good season for you?
Mm-hmm.
Would you just be happy with a playoff berth in the first round exit?
Yeah,
I would be highly disappointed.
The reason why and a lot of people would be, we talk a lot about expectations, and given that, we thought after last year the team would be better, but some of the expectations were just that the team right now would be further along. That's part of it too. It's like, whoa, wait, I thought they'd be better, but also I didn't think we'd be going through some of these issues that the team seems to be having right now. In some ways, it's almost like, and I know they're slightly ahead of last year with the record, it's almost like they're backsliding a little bit.
But that's the thing, Whitey. And if I went back to last year, January 18th, and the Kings were 22-18, which they were, how do you think people felt? They're 23-17.
Thrilled. Last year was
better than they were last year, only by a game. I
know.
And so why are we, now we're lowering the standards? If this team just makes the playoffs, that would be they're
because
ahead
of what
last year.
Kings fans have been through. I'm telling you.
Kings fans, help me out here. Come save me from this. Is that all we're shooting for? Man, if we could just make the playoffs, that would be great.
We're shooting for more, but if that's all you get, hey, you know what? As long as we're getting better, it's great. As long as they're relevant, it's been a good year. We'll see what Frankie thinks.
Yeah,
Frankie, guys, I think both sides have good points.
I know. I'm not going to let Frankie sit on the fence today. He got to come with a take on it.
All right, our Kings insider, Frankie Cartoselli. We'll see what he thinks about the idea that maybe the trade chatter is affecting the team. Frankie joins us next. Drive Guys at the Golden One here, Sactown Sports.
The 49ers earned the NFC's top seed.
On the first play of the game, CMC Dynamite!
Join all of our shows. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Dials, and Watkins. And the Drive Guys as they follow their quest for a 6th Super Bowl title.
Pressured right away by Young and sacked by Eric Armstead.
Sactown Sports is your home for San Francisco 49ers football.
San Francisco!
California's largest Sportsman's Expo is back Thursday through Sunday at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Get $3 off coupons at Big O Tires and O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Get to the action in Toyota's all-new Tacoma. Visit sportsexpos.com for locations, seminars, and show info. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo Thursday through Sunday at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
It's Carmichael Day with a Fire Wings announcement. The Floor and Road location now serves pizza, and oh my goodness, it's so good. Don't forget the Wednesday lineup, 88-cent wings every Wednesday. You got 21 delicious flavors to choose from and the perfect fast casual eating establishment for the entire family. Save time and order online. Go to firewings.com or download the app. Find a location near you, order online, and earn rewards. Fire Wings, just wing it.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how an injury can turn anyone's life upside down. Whether it's a slip and fall, a car accident, or any other kind of injury. For almost 50 years, the Arnold Law Firm has been here to help you through the entire process to protect you and your family. If you are ever injured or in an accident, call the Arnold Law Firm. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777. That's 916-777-7777.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Carmichael Dave here for Jiffy Lube, your proud sponsor of the Drive of the Game. Now listen to every Kings game for Gary Gerald's Drive of the Game call. Then listen to Jason and myself the next morning for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube certificate, courtesy of all the Jiffy Lube locations in the greater Sacramento area. Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season at Jiffy Lube today. Oil changes, wiper blades, tire rotations, and more. For more information, go to jiffylube.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Kyle Draper, your boy Drapes for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Now, if you've been on the fence about buying your first electric luxury car, it's time to get off the fence and go see my friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I'm challenging you. Test drive any Mercedes-Benz fully electric car or SUV, and you will fall in love. In fact, my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV is out in the parking lot right now. I had a Tesla before this, but once I got the Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV, it felt like a brand new driving experience. It's on an entirely different level. Now, here's what I love about my EQS SUV. First of all, from the moment I sit in it, I feel like I'm stepping in a world of luxury. Plus, it's easy charging, and it has heated seats and cooling seats as well. It's an ultimate driving experience. I urge you, go see my friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. They're just 30 minutes from Sacramento. They're right off of I-5. Or, of course, you can always go online at mbofstockton.com.
It's time to buck up, Sacramento. The professional bull riders are back. PBR Sacramento Wrangler Long Live Cowboys Classic will take over downtown's Golden One Center this February 2nd through 4th. 3 huge nights of edge-of-your-seat bucking, featuring some of the biggest bulls and toughest cowboys on the planet. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.
Stop by any participating AM/PM location for a 20% off ticket discount code when you buy Monster Energy.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Let me just tell you something. It's a good thing for the Kings that Kyle Draper is not their general manager. I say that because I just witnessed him pull off one of the worst trades I've ever seen in my life as he traded with RJ. RJ saw you coming. You traded a chocolate chip cookie for an oatmeal raisin cookie. And you did so willingly. Did you get any draft picks or anything?
No picks. I didn't need that. Like, oatmeal raisin is the number 1 overall pick. Chocolate chip is a player to be named later, in this kind of deal. Like, chocolate chip is so basic. Like, he's a rotation player. Oatmeal raisin is a guy you build your franchise around,
Huh.
G Leaguer, that chocolate chip.
No, we'll see who gets to the championship. Chocolate chip or oatmeal.
Yeah. It has, chocolate
Overtime
chip.
elite player.
Shout out to Selena for bringing the grub. And how about RJ? Starting off healthy there. You actually eat the salad, huh? I might have to start doing that. All right. Too much lettuce for me, man. Too much lettuce in the salad.
Went to the doctor yesterday, so this will last about a day.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
Time now for our weekly visit with our SactownSports.com Kings insider, the one and only Frankie Cartoselli. Frankie, I feel like I should remind you before we get any further that you will be evaluated at the conclusion of the segment. You remember all that, right?
Well, is Drape going to get evaluated for the trade? Because Drape, the chocolate chip and Golden One, they're legendary, man. They're legendary.
See, Frankie is a sheep out there. He's just following everybody else. My middle school motto, ladies and gentlemen, the great Masterman School in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, dare to be different. That's how I am. I dare to walk in my own path. Oatmeal raisin it is.
Clearly, Frankie saw the scouting report. That's all I got to say.
Oh, goodness. Well, Drape, you're not alone. There's a couple guys that down at the media dining table. I won't name names, but just keep your eyes peeled tonight to see what cookies some guys are picking. Because I'll tell you, you're not in the minority. People do like the oatmeal raisins as well, but I can't go away from those chocolate chips, man.
Yeah.
Those are my pride and joy on game night.
Yeah, you're right, Frankie. Frankie, where are you as far as what would constitute a successful season? I know we talk about that from time to time, but it is the halfway point of the season. Drapes says, you gotta win in the first round. I say if you make the playoffs, it's still a successful season. I'm being called low bar Whitey on the chat. Where does Frankie weigh in on this one?
I've gone back and forth, and I've had these conversations with a couple of friends, and also with Alan and Chris and the other show. And I think right now I'm fully in the camp of, to me personally, a successful season would be winning the first round. Only because, again, like, you want to see this group progress forward, and it's been 20 years now since they've won a playoff series, and the playoff drought ending was great, and it was an amazing year, a magical year last year. It's a year that we'll remember for a long time here in Sacramento, but it's this year now. We're looking at the future, and I think a first round win would do a lot for this organization as far as just how it would look to other incoming free agents. And again, like we saw with the Siakam trade, who knows why he didn't want to fully come to Sacramento. There's probably a couple of reasons why. Maybe he didn't want to be a third option. Maybe he didn't want to be a guy that, but versus his situation in Indiana, he gets to be a true number 2 option, or maybe number 1 if Tyrese is setting up the offense. But you want to have the Kings be in a spot where they look appealing to other teams. I think if you win a first round series, in a year where the West is really tough because, again, the standings right now, really tough. And like you guys were talking about a little bit ago, how the Kings they're ahead of where they were last year at this point, which kind of feels weird when you think about all the bad losses they've had this year. They've really been very close to being significantly better than last year from a record standpoint. If they would have won the last two games they held a good, a 4-point lead at the free throw line with 18 seconds left in Milwaukee, and then up by 22 with 8 minutes left in Phoenix. If these guys lock down those two games, they're significantly better than last year. So to me, today, I'm still in the camp of I think the Kings, they need to win a playoff series for me to say it was a successful season. But again, just making the playoffs to begin with would be, I think, a win for this group as they continue to build.
Our guy, Frankie Cartoselli, joining us. Frankie, before I get to my question, I just want to point something out. You're on with the Drive guys, Drapes and Whitey. Whitey and Drapes. It's not the Frankie Cartoselli show. Whitey asked you one question and you went on for 6 minutes, big dog. He said, save some time for the host, okay? That's all I'm saying. Just save some time for the host to actually ask their questions.
I'm fired up, too, like you are today. I'm fired up.
Love you, Frankie. I love
You're going to mark him down for that?
Yeah. We're grading his appearance today.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
Frankie, when you look at the last couple of games, obviously heartbreaking losses. We've seen them blown out before. We've seen them lose to the Pelicans, but we haven't really seen them crap the bed late in games like they did the last two. How concerning is that?
I mean, it's something that we saw a little bit last year too, and obviously this group is still getting acclimated as far as late game situations and that poise you see from winning teams. And look at the teams who they fell apart against. They fell apart against Milwaukee, a team that's obviously won a championship recently, and that's in the playoffs, usually making deep runs each year, aside from last year, obviously with the collapse against Miami. But even with Phoenix, a lot of veteran guys, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, to name a few. You want to see them be more poised down the stretch, and I think they had 6 overs in the fourth quarter in Phoenix. You hate to see that. The defense is still a concern. The rotations were really, really poor, even when they switched to zone, I think, late in the game. Obviously, Phoenix went small, and that obviously got the Kings a little discombobulated. But I think it's something in the Kings. Obviously, it's not consistent. Again, against Orlando, that was one game where it was kind of the magic of the kitchen sink at them, and there was just close situation after close situation, and the Kings came out on top. But against some of these teams that, again, Phoenix was supposed to be one of the top teams in the West, and they're looking like they're putting it together now. And then you obviously have Milwaukee against those teams that are supposed to be in the mix for a championship this year. You want to see the Kings be more put together because that's their goal too. They want to be looked at as one of those teams. They want to be seen as a team that is up for the championship this year. Mike Brown has said it multiple times, and so has players like Domantas Sabonis and down the line. You can't lose games like that. And back-to-back losses like that, we haven't seen it very often, but it'd be a lot more encouraging to see them put together some clean finishes here down the stretch.
Frankie Cartoselli with us on the Folsom Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Can we expect to see more of Sasha tonight, Frankie, based on the way he played against Phoenix?
I mean, I think you should. I mean, I think that the results have been there. I mean, I think with Sasha, it's not usually a matter of what he can do on the offensive end. I think he's brought a lot on the offensive end. He knocks down most of his open looks. He cuts very well off the ball. I think that's really a skill set of his that isn't talked about as much as it should be, that he's a real great off-ball cutter. But I think it comes down to the defensive end, and if Mike Brown looks at tonight's matchup against Indiana, and again, who knows how many players Indiana is going to roll out tonight, but if the matchups aren't there as far as is Sasha going to be completely outmatched as far as, if they had a fully healthy roster, if Pascal Siakam is playing, you have guys like Jarris Walker off the bench. Do they match up well with Sasha Vezenkov? It's hard to say, but tonight, I think he's done enough in his recent stretch to prove he deserves a longer shot, a longer look. Again, I think it just comes down to the defensive end. And Sasha said himself, let's be real, he's never going to be seen as a stopper at this level. But if he can at least put together manageable minutes that can get this group through these situations where guys in the starting lineup are trying to get some minutes off the floor, he's going to keep playing. But the offense, to me, has never been an issue. Again, he looked great the other night, career high 14 points. And hopefully we see a little more of him tonight because, again, it could be a game that the Kings, quote-unquote, should come out and play well and win, especially if Indiana's missing a bunch of guys. Maybe we see a lot of Sasha, but that's probably a best-case scenario because we know how to play against these shorthanded teams.
Frankie Cartoselli, our Sactown Sports 1140 insider. Frankie, we had Jason Anderson on of the Sac B yesterday, and we talked about the guard rotation. Over the last 2 games, Mike Brown has only used 3 guards, Malik Monk, Fox, and Herter. What does that signal to you? What can we read into that? Is it a lack of trust among the other guards? Is it him just shortening this rotation? Do they need to add some guard depth? What do you think about that?
I think it's just a matter of who is the best player in that second group to run the offense and initiate that offense. I think it's Malik Monk, who has been a 5 assists per game guy, a guy who is flirting with, double doubles a lot more often than he was last year. He comes off the bench and his assist numbers have just been incredible. I think it's a little bit of that too, Drake. I think it's a little bit of maybe the Kings could use some backup point guard help. I'm looking at guys, just to name one guy. I've always been a fan of his game, but Tyus Jones, somebody who sounds like Washington could look to move him. He's an expiring contract. If the Kings were to slot him in the backup point guard spot next to Malik Monk, I feel like that's just a great backcourt duo there to back up De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Huerter. But I think when you saw what we saw from Davion Mitchell and Keon Ellis, those are mostly defensive first guys. They're not really distributors. Both of them never have been. And again, Keon was a guy who was asked to play point guard just because of, and in light of Davion Mitchell's struggles. So Malik Monk has really proven to be more of a guy who can go out there and get you a bucket, but also a guy that can set up that second unit. And while I think he's at his best playing off ball, especially alongside De'Aaron Fox in those late game situations, I think the fact that he is able to set up the offense and run out of pick and roll sets, which he really thrives in, there's not really any other guys on the roster, this current roster, that can do that. So again, that's like an underrated, I guess, part of, or I guess a less talked about target. I know the Kings are looking at bringing in a defensive wing or defensive forward, but I think a backup point guard, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Monte McNair went to go look at a guy like Jones, or again, there's been the Caruso talks, but a backup point guard might not be the worst thing as well.
All right, Frankie, this is my last question for you. And as you're, try to put this out of your mind, but I'm handing the list of, possible cards you could get to Kyle. So he's going to make the final decision there. And, base some of it on Frankie's answer here. And then we'll turn to Kyle for the answer on what card you get. Frankie, no pressure. Now you got to put that out of your mind. Like you're at the line. Now you got to sink 2 free throws here. Now that Siakam is, of course, going to the Pacers, do you think the Kings turn their attention to somebody like Jeremy Grant? Is a player of that caliber still a trade possibility for the Kings?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I really do think they're going to knock on those doors. And again, the Grant possibility, there's been multiple reports I've seen that the Kings would be interested in Grant, but it's a matter of Grant or Portland. It sounds like they're not fully on board with moving Grant. So again, if that's something they decide to pivot off of, I think he'd be a good fit on this roster. Again, the money is significant, and that's a concern, I guess, in the long run. But for a guy that can come in here and is able to knock down shots, he scored, I think, nearly 40 points when he was here with Portland like a month or so ago. A guy that can play defense and defend multiple positions, 3 through 4 or 3 through 5 in small ball situations. That's the kind of guy the Kings could use. So I think that there's certainly room for the Kings to make a splashy move. I just think the rumored multiple first-round picks and multiple guys in the rotation that was on the table for Siakam, I wouldn't imagine we see something that significant, but I definitely could see a situation where if Jeremy Grant has been available, the Kings could knock on that door again. Absolutely. Please do not give me a bad card.
Now, here's the thing. Yeah, we love Frankie. We like to help him. We hold him accountable. He does a great job. He gets a great card. Last week, he got some bonus. He earned it. And I'll give you the card, whichever one Kyle decides to give you. I'll give it to you tonight, Frankie, to add to your collection. So which way we going, Drapes? Based on Frankie's performance today.
Do I need to say the options, or should I
just pick the one? That's the one that I'm suggesting, but you have the final say here.
Give him the chocolate chip version, Drake.
I'm. You know what? And Jay said, give him the chocolate chip version. To me, that's a little bland, a little basic. So you get a Malcolm Brogdon card. Malcolm Brogdon,
dang, man,
solid player. It was a good effort.
Yeah,
it was okay, but it wasn't your best.
Glue guy. Yeah,
glue guy. Yeah, that was a glue guy response today, Frankie.
Hey, maybe a potential trade target for the Kings as well. He's supposed to be available out there in Portland, so I'll take that, Drake. I'll take that. Thank you for that choice, sir.
And you love him, right? I mean, you kind of like the idea of Brogdon on the Kings, right?
I think he'd make the Kings better. I mean, absolutely. Reigning sixth man of the year, a guy that can run the point. I think he could even play late game minutes. Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Frankie. We appreciate it. I'll see you tonight, and I'll pass that along if you want to add it to your collection. Great job.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'll see you shortly. I'm about to head down there. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. We got Wayne Larrivee coming up bottom of the 4 o'clock hour, the play-by-play voice of the Green Bay Packers. Mark Boyle, the voice of the Pacers at 5 o'clock. And when we come right back here, one of the 49ers' top Super Bowl threats has just added a player that their coach says is a potentially very valuable weapon Tell you all about that when we return to the Goal One Center here. It's a Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
The Kings return home Thursday night to G1C as Domantas Sabonis faces his former team.
What a pass and what placement from Sabonis.
It's the Kings and Pacers Thursday at 7 on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Friday will start off cloudy and fairly mild with temperatures in the mid-40s. We'll look for shower chances after sunset on Friday. High temperature will reach 60. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Don't miss out on limited time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters, right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with zero down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at FolsomLakeFord.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com. 0
down with approved credit.
Carmichael Dave here for my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Right now, American Energy offering $0 HVAC diagnostics. That's normally $99 for nothing. Let the American Energy team test your system, connections, and all the moving parts of your system to ensure it's functioning properly. Let me say that again. $0 to get your HVAC diagnostic-ted. That's not even a word. That's normally $100. Making the uncomfortable comfortable. That's what American Energy does. That's what they've done since 1981. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since then. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call today to schedule your appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Do it before January 31st or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, as you know, it's a brand new year. The big question, what's happening at Hoblet for Chrysler's Start Something New sales event?
We're keeping our traditions alive by continuing to offer the best savings on remaining new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew cabs. Right now, you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP, and even better yet, you don't have to make a payment for 90 days.
Well, that's a pretty big deal. $12,000 off MSRP on one of America's favorite trucks.
That's the difference between Hoblet and so many others. We are here to help you get the truck you need at the best possible price, and you won't find a better selection of new Rams with over 500 trucks available. At Hoblet, we want you to be a customer for life.
See their full inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
12,000 total net savings after 6841 factory rebates and 5159 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 1,000 case equipment bonus cash. Must have purchased new case equipment from qualifying dealer. No payment for 90 days through Chrysler Capital on approved credit. 10th is net savings. See dealer for details.
The Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame induction celebration is back Sunday, February 4th at the brand new venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Join us as we induct the class of 2024. NBA champion Matt Barnes, All-Star James Donaldson, Major League Baseball's Nick Johnson and Leon Lee, and world champion triathlete Jamie Whitmore. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For all info, go to SacSportsHOF.com.
Hi, this is Dusty Baker, proud member of the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame. You have to be there to see it at Thunder Valley Casino.
The Kings return home Thursday night to G1C as Domantas Sabonis faces his former team.
What a pass and what placement from Sabonis.
It's the Kings and Pacers Thursday at 7 on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sactown Sports.
Congratulations to Matt Barnes and James Donaldson making their way into the Sacramento Sports Hall of Fame. James Donaldson, if I'm not mistaken, read a story about him years ago, 7-foot center in the NBA. And his mom told everyone that he played guard. And he'd say, Mom, why do you tell people I play guard? She said, every time I turn the game on, you're guarding somebody. So,
Mom had no clue.
Yeah, so tremendous honor. Drive Guys here at the Golden One Center. With the big game coming up Saturday, the 49ers and Kyle Draper's beloved Packers. If you take the teams that are left now, how would you rank them in terms of the threat they pose to the 49ers? Like the biggest threat of the teams left. Both sides. Baltimore's number one, right?
Baltimore's
biggest
one.
threat?
Yes.
Would you say, I agree with you, Buffalo?
I'd probably go Buffalo right now.
I would too. Yeah. 3.
I'm still going Kansas City. That's me.
Yeah. Jay, would you go KC there or would you go Detroit? Because I'm
Detroit.
Torn. All right. So it's Detroit carries today, but we're right there. And then KC. Then let's see. Then I would go 5. I would go the 49ers themselves before I'd go to the Packers or Tampa Bay. Something goofy happens. But Houston probably ahead of Tampa, and then Tampa Bay, Green Bay, something like that.
So you got your list there. Can I see that list?
Well, you probably can't read it. Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit, Kansas City, 49ers. And then I put Houston, Tampa Bay, Green Bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, when you get to the bottom there, these teams don't pose much of a threat.
Yeah.
But here's the point. The Ravens, we know they've already beaten the 49ers. They just added to their 53-man roster Dalvin Cook.
Wow. That's a big-time pickup.
Could be. Yeah. Last week, John Harbaugh said that Cook was a, quote, potentially very valuable weapon. He was added to the roster after spending 2 weeks on Baltimore's practice squad. And they had the running back that used to be the Melvin Gordon. So they waived him and Dalvin Cook now. So now they got Dalvin Cook, they got Gus Edwards, and Justice Hill as part of their running back rotation. And he didn't have a great year this year with the Jets, but Dalvin Cook, of course, 2019 to 2022 averaged 111 scrimmage yards per game.
Yeah, he's another weapon for them. And now you got Gus, you got Dalvin, and let's not forget Lamar Jackson too as a runner.
Oh yeah.
How do you scheme for all that? That's an impressive pickup this late in the game.
Yeah. It's almost like, wait, what?
You're allowed to do that, right?
Right.
Rosters aren't frozen or anything. Yeah, exactly. So no, that's and we saw what the Ravens did to the Niners earlier, and now they're just adding, getting stronger. This is that's a big time pickup.
Yeah, I think I'm with Jay, and I go back and forth on Baltimore and what would happen if they played the 49ers again. And, you have to respect that team, that organization, that quarterback. But as Jay pointed out, they won and give them credit for that. And they won at Levi's, but the ball bounced awfully funny that game. Wow. There was crazy.
Is that what we're doing now?
Crazy bounces of the football in that game.
Is that what we're really doing?
It's what really happened. It's factual.
Dude, that was a butt kicking. That was a spanking. The score was 33-19. It wasn't even that close.
It was close at halftime, right? It was a 4-point game, and then the ball started bouncing.
And then just come on, man. The Ravens, they own the Niners in that game. The Niners defense couldn't stop them. I mean, Lamar Jackson won the MVP in that game right there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He won the MVP, and so
regular season, as a friend of mine likes to say, regular season.
Are we
what
really,
does that matter?
So are we really just going to say, well, it was fluky, the ball bounced their way? No, they took it to him.
They did, but the ball did bounce their way. It was fluky. I mean, the 49ers lost that game when Brock Purdy threw that first interception. And I know he ended up throwing 4.
Right.
But the 49ers go down and that's what they do. They score first. They get control again. They're like a python, and they just wrap around you and they just squeeze the life out of you. And when he threw that interception, one of the worst throws he's had in his short but brilliant career, that tilted the game in the Ravens' favor. To their credit, they took advantage of that. But I don't think
do you agree? Was that fluky?
Fear.
Was that fluky, Jay?
I like what I'm hearing over there, Mr. Gleason. I like where you're coming.
This is embarrassing.
What's embarrassing?
This is embarrassing. We're a legitimate sports talk station, objective, call it like we see it kind of thing. And you guys are viewing things with red and gold glasses right now.
You know the other thing?
We're also the home of the 49ers.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That makes the 49ers borderline unbeatable it's a fact. If they have so much rest now. They got rest, and they play, 2 games if all goes well. Then they get another week of rest.
No, what makes them unbeatable is the trash NFC schedule that they're playing in the playoffs.
Too. That doesn't hurt.
If they had to go through the gauntlet that Buffalo is going through, that Kansas City is going through.
But the 49ers earned that. They earned all that rest in home field.
I just don't like the bias that I'm hearing from you guys right now. It's
but
like, at the time, we weren't talking about it was fluky. After that game, we were saying the Ravens came in and kicked their butt.
Even
Let's
Mike
not
Shanahan
get a revisionist history.
Kyle Shanahan. Even Kyle Shanahan said, the one was a bad throw, the other one's
he's sticking up for his guy. Now, you guys making excuses for Brock Purdy now. 4 interceptions. They had him rattled. He was seeing ghosts out there.
No, he was not seeing ghosts.
Casper was nowhere to be found that day on Christmas.
Jay, he was shook out there.
Drapes, you can't admit, and I attest to what Whitey is saying. The first one, definitely. He missed it. Kyle Hamilton picked it off. It was a terrible. And I also say if he doesn't, and of course, hindsight, if ifs was fist, we all be drunk, the old saying. If he doesn't make that pick and they do score, because they were right there knocking on the door in the red zone, if they score there, the game is completely different. Will you at least give me that?
If. No, I don't, because I don't deal in ifs, man. I don't. If the Kings would have hit free throws, if Mike Brown had more timeouts, what happened happened.
Mm-hmm.
So them balls tipped up in the air, and they just
there was a reason it was tipped up in the air.
Come on.
But the thing is, you have to be a scientist and look at that objectively and say, okay, if they play again, the Ravens won. If they play again, it's very unlikely.
Who's the better team?
That the ball's going to be bouncing around.
Who's the better team?
49ers are the better team.
You don't believe that. You don't even believe that. I saw that look in your face. You don't even believe that. They played each other, and they beat the Niners in Santa Clara.
Right. And we're trying to explain to you that what happened that game, you can't really apply it to a future meeting. But they're at the top of my list. I think they're at the top of Jay's list as a team that pose the biggest threat.
Oh, yeah.
Are they at the top of your list, Jay?
To me, the Ravens, if we're doing a power rankings, the Ravens are number 1. Let's call it what it is.
Niners. I mean, the Niners
I'm saying overall. You try to get me fired up. I'm not taking that bait. You guys, you can't have an honest, open discussion about the Niners, and that's what's so frustrating about this.
I know, because you're so biased against them. That's why we can't do that. We try and try and try. Speaking of, when we come back, the Packer, who is just plain wrong about Brock Purdy. We also got to talk about who was in Sacramento today, scouting out a location for a big move. That and more next year. The Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center on Sactown Sports.
Hey there, business ballers and entrepreneurs. Ready to make your financial dreams come true? Well, get ready to score big with Swish Funding, the slam dunk solution for your funding needs. Just like that satisfying swish when the ball goes in without touching the rim, Swish Funding guarantees you a seamless funding experience. Whether it's expanding your business, upgrading your equipment, or tackling unexpected challenges,
Qualifying's easier than a layup. If you've got at least $25,000 in monthly revenue and have been in business for at least a year, you're already on the court. Swish Funding's team of financial coaches guide you every step of the way. No more banking red tape, no more endless waits, just quick, decisive action to get you back in the game. Don't let those funding opportunities slip away like a loose ball. Head over to swishradio.com and slam dunk your financial goals today. Remember, it's not just a shot in the dark, it's a surefire swish. Swishradio.com, where your success story is our winning game.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
If you're looking for a new couch, you could cut down on expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Because you know you've had this couch for too long. Sure, you've had good times together, but a ripped-up cushion is not a fond memory. It's a sign. Notice how other people have couches with 2 armrests? Now that's living, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new couch. Please, it's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Plantar fasciitis feels like pointed, sharp pain, very intense. It can make your eyes water. It makes you walk funny because you're trying to get pressure off your heel. I had instability. I was so frustrated. I didn't know what to do. And I was driving past the Good Feet store. I mean, why not? Give it a try.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure they fitted me with the right thing. And so they brought out several different arch supports and gave me the opportunity to try them in shoes and walk around with them until they found the perfect ones for my feet. I had no idea that they would be that patient, and I had no idea they would be that kind. And you just knew, like, your feet, just when they got on the right ones, they were like, oh yeah. And it really did make a big difference. It made my foot not hurt. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville. Beachhead Deli on 711 K Street is now your place to go in downtown Sacramento prior to all the games, concerts, and events. Conveniently located just across the street from the arena, Beachhead Deli features the finest gourmet sandwiches and craft beverages anywhere. Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street is also your premier lunch destination 7 days a week. Come by and say hi to new owner Brad Wakai. He's so excited to take care of all your taste bud needs. That's Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street in Sacramento.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Before we get to a very serious sports situation that is unspooling in Sacramento these days, Drive Guys here at the Gold One Center. I just got to say here, sometimes I don't know what's going on in the world. I have here on Twitter from Ben, says, Whitey, whoever got the oatmeal raisin won that trade.
There you go.
Nonsense.
That's what I'm talking about.
And then you said, what did somebody say on the YouTube, on the chat?
On the chat about the 49er take that you had?
Yeah.
Said Drapes, and this is on the text line, 916.
The text line, okay.
Drapes, you know that 49er fans are going to say that, cannot ever take any ownership to their team's failure. Once again, Drapes, you know the truth of it. Arrogance can never accept or admit to any weaknesses. And I didn't text that in myself. I didn't text that in. It reminds me of the Warriors. That's what I'm saying. Niners fans have become the Warriors fans without the recent championships to back it up. That's what's so upsetting. And that's why I hate on the Niners. It's not because of Brock Purdy. It's not because of my guy, Brandon Ayuk, CMC. It's because of the fans that think that they're
fans. Their team's really good and they enjoy it. Why does that make them
good? But they haven't
why does it
won
make them
anything
arrogant?
in a generation?
Okay. Well,
Like,
what do you want them to do? Go, oh, gee, sorry. I won't say anything.
I'm watching ESPN today, and they had a trivia question. Since 1995, which teams have made the NFC Championship game the most? Number one, the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
Number two, with 7, the San Francisco 49ers. Tied for number 2, the Philadelphia Eagles.
All right.
What do the Eagles have that the Niners don't in the last 28 years?
The Eagles don't have anything that the Niners don't. The answer to that is nothing. I mean, I know you tried
Other than the Lombardi hanging down on Broad Street,
you tried to
Broad and
qualify
Patterson.
it there, but no, they don't have anything that the 49ers
Yeah,
don't
I
have.
set you up for that one. You see how I was trying? No, but that's what I'm saying. It's the arrogance from a franchise that it's a proud franchise. I get it. It's the Niners.
7 trips to the.
But the Eagles got that too,
Okay,
and we got a Super Bowl out of it.
You're not. You said 49er fans, they never win anything. They're arrogant. Their team never does anything. And yeah, it's been a while since they won the Super Bowl, but that's pretty good.
That's solid. But that's okay. But the Packers have a longer history over my Packers.
So there's 3 teams on the list, and 2 of them are your team.
Funny how that works, right? But that's all I'm saying. It's like, win something first.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not talking about when I was 15 years old. I'm talking about in my son's lifetime, in this generation. This is your year, Niners.
They've won. The 49ers have won a few.
All right.
Yeah, they have won a few, and it looks like everything's lined up for them to have a great shot at winning another. We'll get back to that. And as we mentioned, Wayne Larrivee from the Packers, bottom of the hour. He's our play-by-play guy. But today, the Oakland A's were in town. Somebody, I believe it, I apologize for not having the name, but I believe somebody from Channel 13 actually has video of the A's pulling away there at the stadium.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So
Andrew Hobner, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Thank you, Jay. So the A's are in town. They're scouting out Sacramento potentially to play here 25, 26, 27. Now you've got the A's fans in Oakland saying, please, Sacramento fans, you almost lost your basketball team. We're heartbroken. We're losing our baseball team. Please don't support this.
Right.
But this is a chance for Sacramento to show baseball what we could do. So some people are confused. I'm a little confused. Jay, I know you are not the least bit confused, are you?
No, not at all. I'm on a one trick. I got a one trick mind right now, fellas. It's going to be difficult to see them come to Sacramento to be so close where they're touchable, right? They're around the corner, they're up the street, however you want to say it. But at the same time, it's still not the same. It's not the Oakland A's. And, my beef continues to lie within John Fisher. It just really does. I can't fathom supporting what the A's do as long as he is part of this organization. And it's kind of funny, I'm getting tingly because you've already attacked my 49er fandom a couple of minutes ago, Drapes, you and the text line. But at the same time, I can also say I was a fan of the A's before the 49ers. My first love is baseball, right? And 49ers followed right behind a year later or so. But it's just difficult, fellas, for me to get on board, even though I know they're going to be touchable, reachable. We can jump on whatever freeway, I-5, 50, wherever you're coming from, and get there within a matter of minutes. I just can't bring myself to it. How about you?
I don't know if here's the thing. I think I don't know if A's fans will support it, but I think Sacramento will support it. Like if you're a baseball fan, maybe not a fan of the A's, maybe you don't have any allegiance to any team.
And baseball is really big. This is a huge.
Yes, it is.
It's got huge baseball town. And if you got a chance to see the Red Sox come to town, the Yankees come to town, you're not going to go if you're a fan. I'm not saying the diehard Oakland A's fans who are upset and hurt. I get that. But there's a lot of people who don't have a dog in this fight.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, oh, my gosh, this is a chance to take my kids and have a night out, real Major League Baseball
event.
I think it'll be a big-time support here in town.
It's a tough one, Jay, because, you're a baseball guy. You played baseball, very high level. And here's Sacramento May. And this is, none of this is a done deal yet. It looks like it may happen. But this is a chance for Sacramento to show Major League Baseball, hey, if we had a team here, here's what we could do. This is a chance for Sacramento to show MLB baseball, MLB, what they could do. At the same time, we now have the Oakland 68s. That's the people that came up with the shirts.
Right.
And they're begging Sacramento, please don't get behind this.
Yeah.
You know how this feels. So what in the world are we supposed to do? It sounds like Jay knows exactly what he wants to do.
It's interesting that you say that because I hadn't even looked at from that point of view, Whitey, when you're talking about it gives the city, city, our city, an opportunity to showcase, especially when we're still in the fight for MLS, no matter if you believe it or not, they're still in the fight for that. And so we're looking to house another professional team. I hadn't thought about that. And that's a difficult situation to approach because I want my city to do big. I want to see my city have an NBA All-Star game. I don't care if we got to float a Carnival cruise ship in here or not. Let's get an NBA All-Star team, game and events. So I didn't look at it from that standpoint, but my green, and I'm not talking about Kyle's Eagles or Packers, my green doesn't allow me to get behind and support something that I've kind of already washed my hands of, because I feel as an Oakland A's fan, and please tell me how you guys feel, and you could jump on board 916-339-1140. I feel like John Fisher and the Oakland A's have already washed their hands of us already. And so it's kind of difficult for me to go back into the kitchen and pull the soap out again,
Right.
It's like I'm hurt.
Yeah.
But let's say John Fisher woke up tomorrow and said, you know what, this Sacramento thing is working. This is a great community. I really don't want to move out of Northern Cal, but I'll move the A's to Sacramento. Are you okay with that, Jay? Are you feeling okay about
tough.
that?
Because I've said on this airways, Drapes, and I think you've heard me, as long as John Fisher is a part of the ball club, it's going to be hard for me to be a part of the ball club. But you barking up the right tree. If you're telling me that we're going to keep the A's, that's first and foremost, that's what I want. So I got to respect that. If you can keep the A's in Northern California, then I have to come back because that's what I want. I don't want them to leave us and go to Nevada, but I'm always in the back of my mind going to say, who knows what's going to happen? What is John going to do? And something I've said, and Whitey brought this off the air as I pull back the curtains. If this is a bridge to one or two things, the A's keeping the name in Northern California, like you can take the organization, but we keep the A's so I can still wear my gear and my hats and stuff. And maybe down the road when the expansion, I can be, I continue kind of like what you saw with the Cleveland Browns. Or if you're telling me this is a gateway to Sacramento having a baseball team, then for the greater good, then I'm all for it.
It just would be hard for me anyway to say, and I love baseball. I'm from a baseball family. If the A's were here, it would be hard for me to go out, get excited about it without feeling like on some level, I'm just saying, A's, everything you did, A's fans on baseball, everything you did to fans, it's okay. It's all right. And it's not.
Yeah, I think, though, when you look at baseball, you have your diehards, your loyals, but then you have your casuals. I think it's harder for the diehards and loyals to forget and forgive, but I think the casuals would still show up.
I agree.
think the casuals would still, fill the arena. Dodgers, whoever it may be, Mariners, like whoever they play on a Friday or a Saturday afternoon.
Big time.
People are going to want to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you imagine Shohei Ohtani?
Shohei, you just never know, right? Like, seriously.
But, this is the thing, and I want to make sure I say this. Anything that has to do with the Oakland A's, I'm going to be a part of until he leaves. When I say he, John Fisher leaves, not the team. I'm all for it. The other part about it is I'm all Sacramento all the time. So if it creates an avenue for the city of Sacramento to better itself, then I'm with you, Drapes. And the other part about that is, and you guys are living it. You're sitting right there. As we continue, as we see in Sacramento, an event is an event. And the Kings event rule. And if you're telling me you're going to have, 81 of these games and probably a little more with preseason and things like that, and then you're bringing in Shohei and Aaron Judge and, Clayton Kershaw, Mookie Betts, it's going to be tough to stay away from there. I agree.
Yes.
Yep.
What do we do?
What do we do?
Well, we got some more time to think.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Look where Jay started this conversation.
Right.
I know, man.
And that just speaks to how difficult it is.
How hard it is.
Yes.
Because it would be good for the city of Sacramento, but it's like, I don't know if you guys ever watched The Simpsons. Like, John Fisher is Mr. Burns.
Yes.
It's like, he's the big fish in the city. That he employs a lot of people. If he came to Sac, it'd be good for our city. But man, the owner that he is, like, it's hard to support.
I will take a quick timeout. When we come right back, I'm more confused than I was. When we come back, yeah, tell you about that Green Bay Packer who, like a lot of people who's pulling for the Packers this week, is just plain wrong about Brock Purdy. Next, Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Start your 2024 grilling season right with a new lifetime warranty Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My personal Napoleon P500 series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro. It's incredible. Napoleon Prestige grills, versatile grilling for every occasion. Form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today, or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sactown Sports.
Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center, I guess, as we get ready for Wayne Larrivee, play-by-play voice of the Packers. coming up bottom of the hour. And as we get ready for the 49ers and the Packers, that mini whatever it was yesterday, mini brouhaha kind of blew over. Mark Chmura, the things he said on Milwaukee radio about, I'm not advocating taking out Brock Purdy, but on the other hand, it's funny because I remember when Bountygate first broke, I worked at a station in San Francisco, and it was a privilege to work with, among other people, the great Eric Davis, who was an outstanding, all-pro, member of the secondary for the 49ers, played for the Panthers. And I remember talking to him about that. And football people at the time, people are outraged about, they put a bounty out on Brett Favre. And he's like, that happens
all the time.
That's what goes on. It's pro football.
We looking to take them out.
Yeah. It's not pretty, but that was football. Of course, it was a bad look for the league at the time, especially given all the concussion lawsuits and everything. So it seems like Mark Chmura there is smart enough to know that, and they were just trying to draw attention to themselves a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, and did it backfire or mission accomplished?
I don't know.
Right?
I think a little bit, but I think by and large, people are just they're ignoring it.
Yeah. You know how the news cycle is, though. It's always you got to those guys striking while they're hot. And speaking of hot, Buddy Hield out there warming up. You see that way over in the corner there?
Yeah.
Shavano Rainier, Buddy Hield.
Yeah, he hit another one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what Mark Chmura said, there's some truth to it, but it's just you don't say that.
Don't say it out loud.
It's bad for the league in a way.
Yeah, it is. But what's interesting about that is, and I would imagine, I think the league and ESPN. Remember, they used to show the highlights of guys getting hit, jacked up. Whatever do they do that anymore?
No,
they stopped that.
Yeah,
right? They stopped glorifying that.
Yeah, and it is true the way they've changed the rules. It is harder to do what Mark Chmura is advocating, right? I mean, you can't even tackle a guy low, and I understand that's great, but it's hard now to take out the other team's quarterback unless he's going to put himself in harm's way.
Well, I mean, you can do an illegal hit, get the penalty, get the fine. Based on what Mark Chmura was saying, it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't.
Yeah. Well, here's what Devontae Wyatt of the Packers says about Brock Purdy. And he's not saying we're going to take him out, but defensive tackle Devontae Wyatt on Brock Purdy, quote, when D linemen get pressure into him, he's always throwing off, or it's behind them, or it's overthrown or short. When you get pressure on him, it's a guarantee we'll get a turnover, end quote. Devontae Wyatt. That's a nice little soundbite there, but it's completely wrong. It's factually wrong. Brock Purdy led the NFL this season in passer rating when pressured, Kyle Draper. So it's a nice thought, but you're wrong. You lose.
Did he really? I'm looking up some numbers there.
It's not true.
Is that true?
Yes. Led the NFL in passer rating when pressured. He thrives on that because he has the escapability that some people, for some reason, want to pretend he doesn't possess and is not capable of.
Hold on here. I don't believe your numbers, Whitey. Dang.
All right.
You're right. Highest passer rating of a player under pressure this regular season. Then what is he talking? What film is he looking at? They showed him just 2 games,
Yeah, making stuff
Baltimore and
up.
Cleveland or something like that.
Yeah, and maybe he's just like, I don't know. Hopefully he's a young quarterback. And, here's the thing, too. Packers didn't think they'd be playing the 49ers.
Right. They're like,
Yeah. It's like, hey, what are you going to do? I don't know. We didn't. We
just, sorry, we got to prepare for another game, right?
Yeah. What do you think? If the 49ers win a Super Bowl, we're a long ways from that, I realize. What would that do for Kyle Shanahan's reputation? Your 40 point. Is that the
I think that's Mitch Richmond down there on the floor.
Yeah,
that is. I'm about to text Jason, who he's with. Tell Mitch to get his butt up here. I know we got Wayne Larrivee coming up here in a minute. How Mitch going to be in the building and not respond? Jay, did he respond to your text?
No, he didn't. You know how Mitch is, man.
Downstairs from us.
Man, he's like right there. I could hit him with a rock. Hit the rock with a rock. Right?
Yeah.
Man. That's royalty right there. King's royalty.
Oh, he's probably got a lot of responsibilities and things there, but we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, try to get.
You should. So you're texting him right now? No,
I'm about to though.
Maybe we'll see him look at his phone.
I know. Look at his phone and then not respond. Yeah, that would be messed up, man. I don't want to embarrass myself like that.
Yeah,
that would be a blow to the ego.
Hey Jay, if Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers win a Super Bowl, is Kyle Shanahan one of the greatest 49er coaches? What does that do for his legacy and the Shanahan legacy?
Oh, that's a good question. I think he's still he's third, or he's probably third, right?
We're like
Walsh
right
is
now
one.
or with the win?
With the win, I think he's fourth.
Really?
Yeah. It kind of depends on how you see the hardball situation too. And I know hardball wasn't in San Francisco for a long time, but going to the NFC Championship a few times and Super Bowl, hardball's in front of Shanahan, I think, maybe.
If Shanahan wins one, and it's a tall order, as we sit here, they're great. They haven't won anything. They win. To me, he's easily right behind Walsh.
Really?
Where,
You got him in front of Seifert?
I do, because I think Seifert was kind of
Inherited
coattails of Walsh. Nothing against Seifert, great coach.
I got you.
But yeah. And also the other thing is, the great thing about Walsh, when you look at all-time coaches, he kind of changed the game, or at least he gets credit for doing that.
Yeah.
And Shanahan is, even though it's kind of
a little bit too?
updating an old school philosophy, I mean, he's kind of changed the way people coach the game and play the game now.
Yeah, I think you can make the argument that from a tactical standpoint, Shanahan probably ahead of Seifert.
Yeah.
Seifert inherited Walsh's,
and Seifert was a defensive coach.
Under Walsh, inherited the system and everything. And so just kept that, that train was already moving. He just hopped behind the wheel, hands off, and let it go. Whereas Shanahan, he's had to build something too. He's had to tweak some things. And he's obviously an offensive genius. So you might be right, Whitey. If he gets one, how many Seifert have?
Seifert had
2 or 1?
Couple, right?
2, I thought, right?
Yeah.
Jay, how many Seifert
Got
have?
2.
2,
Yeah.
2.
Including the most recent one, which, as you point out, was a while ago.
Back when the iPhone wasn't even invented.
I mean, I guess a guy won 2 Super Bowls. You got to give him a higher ranking than the guy's only won 1.
Right,
but still.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of the 49ers and the Packers, Wayne Larrivee scheduled to join us when we come back. And what happened to Mitch? Is he coming up the stairs? Oh, I don't see.
No, he went in the tunnel.
Mitch. We'll see if we can get
Don't
hold
do that,
of,
man.
the great Mitch Richmond as well here. So Drive Guys rolling on from the Golden One Center on Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Friday will start off cloudy and fairly mild with temperatures in the mid-40s. We'll look for shower chances after sunset on Friday. High temperature will reach 60. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Imagine taking a nice warm bath in your shower. Let's fix that. Right now, get that clogged drain unclogged for just $67. Plumbing, sewer, electric, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Did you know COVID-19 vaccines have been updated this season? They're one of the best ways to help protect yourself against recent variants. And most people in the U.S. should continue to pay nothing out of pocket for COVID-19 vaccines. Uninsured or underinsured adults can receive them at no cost at participating Bridge program locations. And eligible children can receive them through the Vaccines for Children program at participating providers. For children, COVID-19 vaccines are at no cost, but there may be fees such as for the visit or administration. Book a vaccine option at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, two-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best riders tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks, like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Golden One Center, January 26th to the 28th. Brought to you by BKT Tires and Great Clips. Visit monsterjam.com today.
Grab the keys to a new, fuel-efficient Toyota. Head into the new year with more peace of mind and Toyota's legendary reliability. Get to your local Toyota dealer today and shop Toyota's entire lineup of 16 hybrid and electrified vehicles to choose from. Right now, get low 1.99% APR plus $2,500 bonus cash on the all-electric 2023 BZ4X. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-ready credit ends 1/31/24.
Discover Roseville's hidden gem, Timbers at the Lodge, nestled in the Timber Creek Golf Course. Savor a culinary journey where every bite tells a story. We serve breakfast 7 days a week with happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 5 p.m., where you can relax on the outdoor patio next to our newly renovated and expanded putting green. Thursdays always feature our $28 prime rib dinner. Reservations encouraged. Learn more at timbersatTheLodge.com. We look forward to welcoming you to Timbers at the Lodge, where exceptional food meets great times.
On Sactown Sports.
What a big night here in Sacramento. The Kings are back home at the Golden One Center against, well, not Tyrese Haliburton, but Tyrese Haliburton's Indiana Pacers, and the trade has been made official now. Mark Boyle, the voice of the Pacers, is going to join us top of the hour, so we can talk about what the Siakam deal means to the Pacers. And it's just really interesting to me that in addition to the fact that they made that big trade with each other, these two teams are they've been kind of trying to figure out how to get out of very similar situations.
Yeah, you know, they've shown some promise at times through this season. I think both are trending in the right direction in terms of a franchise and have some cornerstones now for Indiana, Siakam and Haliburton. Those are your cornerstone players, obviously, for us, Domas and De'Aaron Fox. They have identical records coming into tonight. And
they both wanted Siakam,
They both wanted Siakam, and so I think they're both trending in the right direction, in similar directions.
What do you think? And Wayne Larrivee, we're getting ready for Wayne Larrivee to join us here in just a moment. What do you think this game means for Domas tonight?
I think it means a lot, man. I think obviously he had some great years in Indiana, but you could argue they didn't use him properly. Like, he put up some numbers, you know, made a couple of all-star teams, but now he's able to showcase his full game. And so this is a team that traded him for, and let's not forget, Tyrese Haliburton at the time was not Tyrese Haliburton today. Like, basically, they traded Domas in his 2 all-star appearances for a promising young player that really had. Tyrese was great for us, but he wasn't the dude we see now. Like, he wasn't built as a franchise cornerstone. We didn't know what he was. He was a good player, but we didn't know what he could become.
I totally understand why the Kings moved off of him, and I know that he would not have had the chance to become the player he is if he was still here. But the one thing I'll never understand is how he lasted as long as he did in that draft. I remember that draft. You look at other guys that were taken, and I remember at the time thinking, wow, this guy should go really high. And the Kings got him, 12th?
12th, yeah. 12th
I'll never understand that.
Yeah.
Because his jump shot, I guess.
Jump shot, exactly. They were knocking his jump shot. But he's a three-point shooter now, too. Like, and so a number of teams got that one wrong last, when Tyrese was drafted. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And then so they now they're in the process of putting together their big 3, Siakam and Haliburton and Miles Turner.
Is Miles Turner a big 3 member?
Well,
like,
I'm just guessing that's kind of how they're trying to, what they're trying to put together.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Is it really a big 2 and he's not quite there yet?
Right. He's not quite there yet. And I don't know if, another guy needs to come in. He's a very good player. He's a very good. Is he an all-star? No, but he's very good. You know, one guy I'm excited to see tonight, I'm actually looking forward to see Obi Toppin. You know, remember him?
He was
coming
in
out of
that draft.
Yeah, coming out of Dayton, I think it was.
Yep.
High flyer, can dunk.
Knicks took him.
And then he toiled in New York, wasted away in New York. He seems to have a renewed lease on life in Indiana, and the chemistry between him and Tyrese is amazing. And so he's a young, exciting player also. So I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, the Pacers, the Kings, make no mistake, they should win tonight, but the Pacers do have some depth. So, yeah, they're missing some key pieces tonight, and that will slow them down. But they have a very capable bench.
The number one in the league in bench scoring at more than 50 per game. Ooh. They get more than 50 points per game from their bench. Think about that. And they're obviously the number one offense in the league, score the most. They got weapons, man. I even like young Ben Mathurin. He was a player I like coming out of Arizona. I thought he had tremendous upside. I still like him. Pac-12 Player of the Year back in 2022. So, you know, and then you look at a guy like Aaron Nesmith, who was with the Celtics. They didn't quite use him. He didn't quite fit. And now he comes to Indiana and plays extremely well, plays with an edge. I'm not sure he's going to play tonight. I think he is questionable at last check. But they got some players that maybe aren't household names, but that can get buckets.
Yeah, and that makes Kings fans nervous because they're so accustomed to looking up and going, who's that guy?
They got a bunch of those. Who's that guy?
Reith scored how many points?
Yes.
Yeah. Last year, there was a game between the Pacers and the Warriors, and I think Tyrese was out, and Andrew Nembhard went off.
Andrew, I remember that game. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Exactly. And so I think this Pacers team, man, you got to take them seriously, even without Tyrese. You best believe Buddy Hield's trying to go for 40 tonight, right? He's trying to stick it to Sacramento any chance he can get. TJ McConnell just seems like a pest, a little heady basketball player. And so he's going to be tough. And so it's going to be a tough matchup tonight.
So why do you feel this is a statement game, as you said earlier? Why do the Kings need to make a statement tonight? And ideally, what statement do they make?
I think it's a statement game because of the way you lost the last two games. Collapsing down the stretch, missing free throws on Sunday, turning the ball over on Tuesday. I think, you know, psychologically, you need to make a statement like, that was in the past. We're moving on. There's no lingering. There's no reason for us to worry or anything like that. And it will be a tough game, yes, in terms of, we know Rick Carlisle's teams, they always play hard. That's a staple of Rick Carlisle's teams. They play hard. But with that being said, the Kings are healthy. You know, we got all our ammunition tonight. And so that's the kind of statement I think we need. On paper, sure, Pacers going to play hard and tough, but the Kings are a better team, especially with no Tyrese or no Siakam tonight.
Yeah. The one thing that concerns me about this game is that Indiana is a very good three-point shooting team. Now, I know that equation changes when they don't have all their guys, but we've seen that teams that are able to spread the floor and knock down shots, that's not a strength of the Kings defensively, to say the least. So that's probably my main concern tonight.
Yeah, top 5 3-point shooting team. And when you look at
now, they don't have all their guys.
They don't have all their guys.
I know.
But you know, you look at a team like Phoenix, who I think was 10th in 3-point shooting a season ago. Going into last game.
Yeah.
And they gashed us for 18 threes, I think it was, the other night. The Pacers actually hunt and search for three-pointers. Phoenix necessarily doesn't do that. That's not their game. They're not, trying to get the spray threes as much. Like Indiana, there are threes or dunks and layups in the paint. They're not a mid-range team. And so we know how bad Sacramento's three-point defense has been this season. And so that would be the one area of concern. Now, if a guy like Nesmith gets going, Nembhard, that's where you can have a rough night tonight.
And I think anybody who's watched De'Aaron Fox knows that although Tyrese Haliburton isn't playing tonight, De'Aaron Fox is keenly aware of who they're facing tonight, and it'll definitely be, in his mind, a statement game.
A statement game. And remember last time Tyrese was here in this building, De'Aaron showed out. Like De'Aaron, I think he picked his pocket, blocked the shot. Like De'Aaron was hungry in that game. And De'Aaron's playing a little bit better as of late, 2 straight games, 30 or more points. But I'm sure he's heard all the chatter. Oh, they traded the wrong point guard. All this, and so that should be motivation. What's interesting about that, when I was talking to Jay Triano last week, he said, as players and coaches, we use whatever we can for motivation. So when the Kings went back to Charlotte, they were motivated, obviously, because Charlotte beat them. Malik was motivated because Charlotte, drafted him and then let him go. Jay was motivated, he said, because I used to be an assistant coach here. And he said that's one thing, being around Michael Jordan, he learned is you use whatever you can to motivate yourself. And we know Jordan was a master at that. And so if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I'm using all that chatter to motivate me.
Yeah, and I think Kings fans are waiting for De'Aaron to put on another show, big show,
Right.
40 burger
40
tonight.
points tonight?
Yeah.
And like 3/4 of work or something like that?
Right, assuming he's healthy, which we'll have to keep an eye on. As promised, Mark Boyle, Pacers play-by-play guy, he's going to join us top of the hour. And Wayne Larrivee, voice of Kyle Draper's beloved Green Bay Packers, will join us next to Drive Guys. Be right back to Golden One Center on Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Friday will start off cloudy and fairly mild with temperatures in the mid-40s. We'll look for shower chances after sunset on Friday. High temperature will reach 60. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Well, it's a new year, so the big question is what's happening at Hoblet for Chrysler's Start Something New sales event?
Sadly, the end of an era is here. Dodge has stopped making the classic gas-powered Charger and Challenger, so this is your last chance to get your hands on some American muscle with that iconic V8 power. And now is the best time to buy because you can get up to $7,000 off MSRP and 0% financing for 72 months on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXT and Challenger GT.
Yeah, that's one of those things you hope they wouldn't do. Truly is the end of an era.
Yeah. And that means when they're gone, they're gone.
See their full selection when you search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
7,000 total net savings after 6,500 dealer discount and 500 factory rebate. Includes 500 first responder cash. Must be member of qualifying first responder program. Plus 0% financing for 72 months on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. 700 plus FICO score required. $1,389 per thousand borrowed and no payments for 90 days. 5 of this net savings. Sample VIN 648404.
Have you ever envisioned having $500,000 in advertising to conquer the remodel market, but felt overwhelmed at the thought of going it alone? Now you don't have to. Join Subcontractors United and share your advertising with 2 other contractors in your trade. Get $500,000 in advertising for only $1,042 a month. We are so sure this will work that we're giving away free advertising until June 2024 to qualified contractors. Visit subcontractorsunited.com today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
The 2024 Honda Civic LX sedan from Elk Grove Honda offers all the safety, reliability, performance, and great gas mileage you've come to expect from Honda for all these years. With anti-lock brakes, tire pressure monitoring system, backup camera, and Honda safety sensing package including collision mitigation braking system, you can see why a sporty, redesigned Civic from Elk Grove Honda gives you a lot for your money. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
The venue's set. Families coming in from all over. It's our quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
God, I'm so stressed. It's a brand new year and our business is busier than ever.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big ol' nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. 2-day GA tickets are on sale now starting at $85, or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Oak Ridge Winery.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Drive Guys coming to you from the Golden One Center, Pacers and your Kings tonight. But, yeah, we're getting ready for the 49ers and the Packers. Saturday, newly minted Green Bay Packer fan Kyle Draper. Yeah. We're going to have to ask Wayne Larrivee if you're allowed on the bandwagon this late in the game. So
I'm sure Wayne would accept me.
Well, probably.
All comers right now.
Before we bring him on, do you know what you and Wayne Larrivee have in common professionally?
We both worked in Wisconsin.
Okay, that's one I didn't know.
Yeah.
In addition to that, you've both broadcast Kings games because he apparently he used to broadcast the Kansas City Kings.
No way.
Let's bring him on and confirm that. Wayne Larrivee, how are you, sir?
How you doing?
Good, good. Is that do I have that right? You used to broadcast the Kansas City Kings games?
No, I did 1 or 2 games filling in. That was it.
That counts. We'll count it.
That counts. We'll take it, Wayne. We'll take it.
Yeah.
We have to ask you if Kyle Draper, who's an Eagles fan, now the Eagles lost, so he didn't like the Niners, so he wants to be a Packer fan starting this week, Wayne Larrivee. Is that allowed? Will you welcome him aboard the bandwagon?
Oh, absolutely. Plenty of room for you. Good seats available.
Wayne, what my co-host doesn't understand is I used to work in the great city of La Crosse, Wisconsin, my first TV job, and we used to make that 3-hour drive to Lambeau every weekend to see Reggie White, Brett Favre, and Butler, and all those guys, Gilbert Brown, play. And so I feel like I'm already part of the fan base a little bit. I've just been simmering, and now that they face the Niners, now I can be full on board with it. So
yeah. Well, we need all the help we can get, so we'll take you. That's for sure. Yeah.
Wayne Larrivee with us, the voice of the Packers. How did they pull off that upset? And was there any sense before the game, Wayne, that the Packers were, confident that they did have a legit shot to pull off that stunner?
No, you know what? When I was getting on the plane in Dallas, I always walked by Tom Clements, quarterback's coach, his seat, and I've known Tommy since he was throwing the football for Mark Levy in Kansas City going back into the 70s. And I said to Tommy, Tommy, come on now. The next time you're going to drop 48 on somebody, give me a heads up. I'd like to be a little more eloquent. He looked at me like, well, you're always eloquent, aren't you?
Wayne Larrivee joining us, play-by-play announcer for the Green Bay Packers. Wayne, when you look back at that Dallas game, were you more impressed by the defense or what you saw from Jordan Love? Which stood out to you about those two things?
I think Jordan Love, and then, of course, Showtime. Aaron Jones has made a huge difference down the stretch in the last month here. with his ability to move the football on the ground, give them an explosive ground game. So, but those are the two factors that really jumped out at me. The defense, I thought, played well. I thought they contained things very well, and in that regard, that was great. And they're not going to get a lot of credit because Dallas piled up a lot of points in yards in garbage time when the game was over. It was over before the third quarter. I mean, they were the score of that game wasn't 48-32 or whatever. It was more like 48-16 because that's what it was at one point midway through the fourth quarter. So but I thought the defense has played solidly the past several weeks, and that was really good to see. And they finally away. Yeah. That's the beauty of that. They'd struggled to get interceptions. They had like 3 interceptions in their last 9 games, and they had 2 by halftime. One went back to the house. So, that was really great to see, refreshing to see. Let me put it that way.
Wayne, what do you think is the most difficult aspect of this matchup for the Packers against San Francisco this week?
I think the big thing for the Packers is you must match San Francisco's physicality in the trenches. And, it's easy for me to say that, but it's tough to do. The thing that separates San Francisco, I mean, I understand you guys are all going gaga over the skill players, and trust me, I voted for McCaffrey for Offensive Player of the Year over every quarterback in the league. So I know what you're talking about here, and Debo is great talent, and Ayuk is the leading receiver, and then hey, if you contain those guys, George Kittle's going to break your heart anyway. So despite all of that, what separates San Francisco? What has made them so good over these last? And I go back to the Harbaugh regime. It is their physicality at the line of scrimmage, both lines, but especially now defensively. That's the thing the Packers have to meet. They must meet that physicality from San Francisco to have a chance in this game.
Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Green Bay Packers, joining us. Wayne, tell me about your coach, Matt LaFleur, and just his evolvement, his growth, weathered the storm the last couple of years, and now has this team one win away from the NFC Championship game.
Well, I think he's always been, an excellent coach and a great strategist. And, he's got his system, the X's and O's, that much of which came from Kyle Shanahan. And I think over the years, Matt has developed some of his own tendencies, that type of thing. He's an excellent coach. There's no doubt about that. The thing that strikes me about this season, and going into the season, it was, okay, here's the problem for Matt LaFleur as I look at it from the outside looking in terms of getting recognition. They won 13 games back-to-back seasons. They were the number 1 seed and the best team in the NFC in 2021. They really were. And they lost to the Niners in Lambeau on a snowy night on 2 bad special teams plays. But it was all about Aaron Rodgers. When you have a talent like that, and I saw it with Michael Jordan in Chicago, I saw it with, to a lesser degree with Brett Favre, and then, of course, Aaron Rodgers. When you have a talent like that, the coach doesn't get the kind of recognition and credit that he should. Biggest example of that is Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson won how many titles and never once was named Coach of the Year in the NBA in his career. Never once. He had Michael, he had Kobe, he had Shaq, and nobody gave him any credit for what he was doing. The fact is, what I learned from those years with the Bulls is that, hey, it takes an enormous amount of coaching, to basically put the great players in a position to win, because they always feel they know how to get there, and they're going to get there their way, when actually that may not be the way to get there. And that's hard to do. And so it takes, I think, in order to win with great players, I understand all the multitudes out there think, oh, the great players win that. No, I think the great players need direction and have to be put in a position to make the plays. And that's where coaching comes in. So I think Matt, under the shadow of Aaron Rodgers, didn't get a lot of credit for what the Packers accomplished in his first 3 years. And now this is the year where everyone said, well, now we're going to see the real Matt LaFleur offense. And maybe we are. But I'll tell you what, the development of this quarterback is the story in Green Bay. Yep. And it's what the season was all about back in August. Do the Packers have a quarterback they can move forward and win with? That was the question. Not playoffs, not Super Bowl, not winning season. That was the question. If you answered that question, it didn't matter whatever else happened.
Wayne Larrivee, our guest here, voice of the Packers. You mentioned some of the games, the great rivalry, the great past, the history these teams have. And I know we could do 2 or 3 shows just talking about the Packers and 49ers. So I know there's not time necessarily to really give this the answer it deserves, but I'm wondering what stands out in your mind about some of the great games that you've seen, some of the great games in the 49er-Packer rivalry and the history of that rivalry.
Well, unfortunately, the games I've seen, in a lot of cases, the Niners have won, in the last 25 years. But no, there's a great regular season game out there where, Rodgers hit Devontae Adams to set up a field goal and to win the game. Set up a field goal by Mason Crosby. There are so many. I think back to the Kaepernick game, not the one you're thinking of where he ran for 500 yards, but I'm thinking about the one the following year after the 2013 season in Green Bay on a cold day when the Packers and Niners went at it and came down to I think it was 13-10 or something like that. And Kaepernick made a play or two that got the Niners the win. I think it's a great series. I think the game, it's interesting. The game, the divisional game, the last time these two teams played in the playoffs sticks out most to me because that was a very good Packers team. That was a Packers team that had trashed the Rams in late November, had beaten Cincinnati in Cincinnati. Oh, and by the way, the Rams and Bengals were the two teams that were in that Super Bowl. The Packers beat them both. And so that was a really good team. But the problem they had was San Francisco coming to Green Bay. And I thought that night they met the physicality of the 49ers, and they were battling back and forth. The Packers were moving the ball real well on their first drive. They scored a touchdown. Second drive, Mercedes Lewis drops a little fumbles off a little swing pass. The Niners recover. Although they don't score right away, it changed everything. The Packers offense never got on track from there. They were sitting in a 10-3 lead most of the night. Then, the miscues in the kicking game. All of a sudden, Talanoa Hufanga is in the end zone. That ties the game, and then the Niners win it when Deebo Samuel gets, 15 yards on 3rd and 13, and they set up the field goal for Robbie Gould. But that was a heck of a ball game, and I think if the Packers could have survived that game, they would have won the Super Bowl.
Wow. Wayne Larrivee. Wayne, congratulations on the win last week. Have a great call. Thanks very much for your time, and we hope to talk to you again real soon.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, Wayne. Thanks
Wayne Larrivee, who was allowed Kyle Draper aboard the Packer bandwagon, officially granted permission.
Of course, me and Wayne go way back. He's an Emerson grad in Boston. Worked in Boston. We got a lot of parallels in our career.
Yeah,
now we both are cheering for the Packers.
Yeah,
it all comes full circle.
Yeah, when we come back, we're going to talk to the legendary Pacers play-by-play guy. Mark Boyle joins us as we get ready for the Kings and the Pacers here from the Golden One Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Folsom Lake Ford has trucks. The F-150s are here. Explorers, Expeditions, and a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. They're in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, your truck headquarters right here in Sacramento for your favorite Ford models at good, fair prices. Short on cash? Buy any new Ford with zero down. Save big with low interest finance rates. Plus, Folsom Lake Ford is paying top dollar for all trades. We want your vehicle regardless of mileage or condition. This could be the best time to buy a new Ford. Check out the huge inventory online at folsomlakeford.com or stop by the dealership and see the most recent arrivals. Looking for something special? Give them a call and tell them Doug Christie sent you. Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, your trusted dealer, my trusted dealer for over 30 years. FolsomLakeFord.com. 0 down with approved credit.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I loved being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought them. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
For sore feet, aching back, knee, or hip pain, come to the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, or Vacaville.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Start your year off right with a great lease deal on a new Toyota. Shop a wide selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs from the most reliable brand on the road. Right now, get $1,000 bonus cash when you lease a 2024 Camry. Or when you finance with Toyota, get $1,000 bonus cash on the all-new Grand Highlander gas models. Or $1,500 bonus cash on select 4Runners. Toyota. Let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit. Excludes hybrids, ends 1/31/24.
Beachhead Deli on 711 K Street is now your place to go in downtown Sacramento prior to all the games, concerts, and events. Conveniently located just across the street from the arena, Beachhead Deli features the finest gourmet sandwiches and craft beverages anywhere. Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street is also your premier lunch destination 7 days a week. Come by and say hi to new owner Brad Wakai. He's so excited to take care of all your taste bud needs. That's Beachhead Deli at 711 K Street in Sacramento.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
In the Pacers tonight from the Golden One Center, Gleason and Draper with you. And you know, Kyle Draper, if I were to put together a Mount Pacer more, I would have Reggie Miller.
Yep.
I would have George McGinnis.
Yep.
I would have from San Jose State, Darnell Hillman. And our next guest would also be on my Mount Pacer more because he's done more than 3,000 Pacer games. The great Mark Boyle with us. Hello, sir.
See, when you said our next guest would be on there, I think they thought that you were having Mark Jackson or
right.
Mitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, but you're too modest. Yeah.
Well,
congratulations on your milestone.
Thank you very much. Longevity is, I guess, an accomplishment. I always say this. Forget the actual talent or lack thereof that it requires to do this job. There is a significant amount of talent involved in fooling them for 30 years. I mean, you can fool them for a week or a month. 36 years, boys. That's a long time.
Well done. What kind of jolt of energy has this Siakam trade sent through the whole organization?
Well, they're excited. It's obviously an upgrade. The guy's a very good player and should fit in nicely with the way they play. So everyone's excited. The fan base is quite excited from what we understand back home. The players are looking forward to it. And we'll see how it plays out, but there's no reason not to be optimistic.
How much do you think, and we're hearing, Pascal, wanted to come to Indiana to play with Miles Turner, but how about the Tyrese Haliburton effect? How much do you think that played into it?
Well, I can't speak for Pascal Siakam, but on a general level, if I were an NBA player and I had a chance to play with a guy that's going to get me shots that I can make and get me those shots frequently, I'd be in, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So, I can't speak for him, but I can't imagine any player wouldn't want to play with a guy like that because not only can he score, he's more than willing to share, and he's a great teammate. Well, you guys know he was here.
Yep.
So, this is not news to anyone around here, but I would assume that virtually any player would like to play with him.
Mm-hmm. Mark Boyle is our guest here, coming to you from the Golden One Center. It's incredible how that trade, it wasn't just a trade that was good for both teams. In some ways, the trade transformed both franchises. And I wanted to ask you about Domas. You have a unique perspective. Why do you think it is that Domas, with the numbers he's putting up, 11 triple-doubles, it just seems like he does not get the credit, the attention that he deserves? Why do you think that is? You have any idea, having covered him for so long?
Not really. You could throw out some theories. Indianapolis is a small market, and the Pacers weren't particularly good when he was there. Sacramento's in the Pacific time zone. Yeah, maybe. But his skills and his accomplishments certainly warrant more attention than he gets. I definitely agree with you on that. And that was a trade that benefited both teams. You didn't need Fox and Haliburton. The Pacers didn't need Sabonis and Turner. And so when that trade was made, plus the Pacers got Hield, it certainly benefited Indiana, and it appears to me from the outside looking in that it's benefited the Kings also.
Yeah, win-win for both sides. When you look at Domas, Domantas Sabonis, and Miles Turner, and Whitey mentioned the numbers, that what they won 43 to 48 games, made the playoffs, but couldn't get over the hump. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that pairing they wanted to break up or ultimately decided to break up?
I think they finally came to the conclusion that Turner's best position is the 5, and that's Sabonis's position.
That's position too.
So they decided. Now, I don't know what went into that trade with the Kings. I don't know what the conversation consisted of. Maybe the Kings, maybe they were willing to move either one of them, and maybe the Kings insisted on Sabonis. I don't know any of that, but I think on a general level, they came to the conclusion that they didn't need both of them. They did need a lead guard. And so they went out in search of a lead guard, and they found one, and that's the price that they had to pay. And by the way, I'm sure the Kings are pleased with the way it worked out.
Yeah.
Because Fox is terrific, and Sabonis is a nice fit here, and the Pacers are quite pleased as well.
Yeah, Mark Boyle, our guest here, voice of the Pacers. I know you don't get to see the Kings a lot, but what has impressed you the most about the way they have turned things around since Mike Brown took over as head coach?
Well, we know Mike from when he was with the Pacers as an assistant any number of years ago when Rick Carlisle was there the first time. And so we all think very highly of Mike, and he's demonstrated not just here, but he was successful in Cleveland. He's been with the Lakers. He was a highly esteemed assistant way before any of that. So that's a nice fit. The thing that strikes me from the outside, and I'd be curious as to what you guys can provide on this, with essentially the same team, the Kings are not nearly as good offensively as they were last year. Why is that?
I think when you look at the numbers from last year, a guy like Kevin Huerter had a career year. He's flattened out. Keegan started off slowly this year. And so I don't think they're shooting the 3 ball nearly as well. And one number also that stood out, and we talked about this earlier, Mark, they're 25th in fast break points. You got De'Aaron Fox, maybe the fastest guy in the league, and you're walking the ball up. You're not playing at the pace that you were last season. And I think they were 7th last year in fast break points.
Well, and that upgrades your offense too, because it's obviously easier to score on the break.
Sure. Right.
It is
Yeah.
Yeah. I just found that interesting.
It is.
If you had made wholesale personnel changes, then okay, I get it. But essentially the same guys.
Yeah, Herter was great last year. This year he struggled. Harrison Barnes last year had a really solid year, and this year he's been not what he was last year. But to that point, you know, the way offenses are going through the roof, the Kings last year set a record for offensive rating, and right now there's 7 teams ahead of that, and your team is one of them. Do you think defense now is not as important to a team that wants to win a lot of games, or is it maybe more valuable because fewer teams are able to play it effectively?
It's always going to be valuable, regardless of the sport. Pitching in baseball, goaltending in hockey. They change the rules in football all the time. Defense is still important, even though it's a quarterback-dominated league. And the same in our league. Defense is important, but contextually, I don't know where it ranks in terms of back in the 90s when the Pacers first started running to the conference championships, you had to be good defensively. It was paramount. Now I think you have to be okay defensively. Look at Milwaukee. They're number 2 in offensive efficiency behind the Pacers, and I haven't looked lately, but they're down around 20 defensively, and they're still winning at a 60-win pace. You couldn't be 20th defensively back in the day and win at a 60-win pace. So maybe it's not as important, but I still think you have to be at least competent. One of the things Rick Carlisle has talked about with the Pacers lately is this. He made a lineup change, I don't know, by now about a month or so ago, taking Toppin out of the starting lineup, taking Hield and moving him around, and then they put Neesmith in the starting lineup. They put better defenders on the floor. His theory being that we're good enough offensively that if we just got to be mediocre defensively, and when they went 9-1 until losing these last 2 games, they won 9 out of 10. And over that stretch, they were 3rd in the league offensively, not 1st, 3rd, but 12th defensively, not 27th. So I think if you're as good as the Pacers are offensively, you could make a run at something significant if you could get somewhere around the middle of the pack defensively.
The parallels between these 2 teams are just
We've been saying the same thing all year here. Sacrifice a little offensively for an improvement defensively. And I want to ask you about Rick Carlisle, because if you were to tell me before the season that a Rick Carlisle coach team would be setting the league on fire offensively to the tune of 121 points per game, I might look at you a little sideways. How has Rick adapted to the personnel that he has with this year's team?
Well, he's just adapted in general. We knew him way back in the late 90s when he came as an assistant. And then after he'd been in Detroit, he was the head coach. And then after that Dallas run, he comes back. So we've seen him 3 different times. He's always been really sharp offensively. When he came in 97, Larry Bird was the coach, and we had 2 assistants, and that was it. Carlisle was in charge of the offense, and Dick Harder was in charge of the defense. So he's always had a knack offensively. And one of the things that really impresses me about Rick is the way he's adapted, just in general, but specifically, if you were to go back and watch old videos of when he coached the Pacers back in the early O's or the Pistons before that, and even in his early years in Dallas, he was up calling every play off the bench.
Right.
Now he puts the ball in Haliburton's hands and says, you know what to do with it. He'll still call the occasional play, but he lets the players demonstrate their skills in a running game, and we have the personnel in Indiana to do that. So he's taken his hands off the reins a little bit. He's adapted to the modern player. And, you know, adaptation is the key in anything, is it not?
Yeah.
Even if you were at the same level in terms of expertise, but you did not have the ability to connect with the modern day player, you would have serious issues. And Rick has gone out of his way. You know, he's not out hanging with the guys or anything, but he connects and communicates much better than he did when he was here the first time.
You know, one thing about Rick that, you know, blew my mind, this is 10 years ago or so, I was in Boston. He was on the floor pregame working out the players. Does he still do that, or maybe not as much anymore?
He doesn't do it like he used to. He did when he was the head coach the first time, back in the early O's and into the mid O's. Yeah, he was out there. He was out there in his sweats.
In his sweats, yeah.
He doesn't do that anymore.
Okay.
But keep in mind, when he was here last time, he was 43, 40.
Right.
Now he's 364. So, you know, he's probably not doing a lot of things he used to do back in the day.
Yeah. Mark Boyle, our guest here, voice of the Pacers. We're in Sacramento envious of your franchise in a couple of ways. One, as we discussed, you guys got Siakam. The Kings wanted him. And, you know, we may now say, oh, it's no big deal. We were really excited about the in-season tournament. And then, you know, the Pelicans came along and ruined those hopes. What did it mean? Maybe it didn't mean anything. I'm not assuming it did, but what did it do for this young franchise to get as far as you guys did in this first year of the in-season tournament?
I don't know that it did much for the franchise per se, but it certainly, I think, did something for the team. Team being different than the franchise.
Sure.
The fans were excited, but that's come and gone now, and we're back into a more normal mindset. But these younger guys really seem to be into it. I was a little surprised. I don't know what you guys thought of it. I was skeptical at first. It's obviously a success. It's a little bit too gimmicky for me. I'll never be 100% on board, but it's obvious that it benefited the league. The players were into it far more than I thought they would be.
Me too. Yeah.
And so it's been a success. And it helped this team. This is a team that really hasn't done anything. Last year was another non-playoff year, the third in a row. And so they're trying to get to a place where they're more competitive, eventually hoping to become a contender again, as they have been any number of times over the years. But the younger guys were really excited by it, and I think they had fun with it.
Mark Boyle, play-by-play announcer for the Indiana Pacers, joining the drive. Guys, Mark, when you look at Tyrese Haliburton, it's coming up on almost 2 years since that trade. Could you instantly tell that he could be a face of a franchise when he arrived to Indiana? Describe what you learned from Tyrese early on about who he is and his trajectory here. Now an all-star, about to be a two-time all-star.
The short answer to that question, at least from my perspective, is no, I couldn't see that right away. I could see he was a good player. We already knew that, having seen him play with the Kings. But to have emerged in such a dramatic way, especially this season.
Yeah.
He was there for that half season, or not even half season, whatever it was. And then all of last season. Once they saw him for a whole season, saw how he interacted with his teammates, saw what he could do, I think they became more excited than even when they traded for him. And if anyone tells you that they thought he could be this good, he's still, it seems to me, getting better.
Right.
Then they're far more observant than I am. I knew he was a good player, but I didn't see this coming at all. No.
Yeah.
Did you?
No. We were just talking about it earlier. Like when we made this trade, like Tyrese at the time of the trade was nowhere near this Tyrese. He was still, in his second year, still trying to learn things, trying to figure it out.
He was beloved here.
He was loved. Like, people loved his
Yeah,
energy and his passion. He played with and smiled, but we didn't know he could be, 23 guy and 12 and a half assists and, third in terms of all-star voting among guards around across both conferences. Like his popularity has skyrocketed.
And I think the in-season tournament did a lot for him in that regard, because the Pacers almost never play on national television.
Yeah.
Right.
So now they're in Vegas and they're in the semifinals and they're playing a team that recently won a championship. They win that game, and then they're playing the Lakers. And I think that did a lot for his popularity. We noticed that right away after. We went to, was it Memphis? It doesn't really matter. We went somewhere, a place where typically you walk out of the hotel and get on the bus and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
There were like 20 kids standing outside.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had
That wasn't for you?
No, there were 20 older women there for me.
Right.
They're 90.
Wow.
I gotcha.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so, but the other thing about it is, I'm sure you guys know this, he was a combination of crushed and angry when he got to Indiana.
Sure.
And he quickly got over that, realized what an opportunity he had. Because had he stayed here, I believe this, and this is not a reflection on the coaching staff or the franchise or De'Aaron Fox, had he stayed here, his development would have been retarded, at least to a degree, because now he's the guy with the ball all the time.
Right.
And that has accelerated, I think, his development, and he might still have, I don't know, another year, 2, 3, while where he's still getting better and not yet reaching his peak.
Yeah. Well, he's not available tonight. And with the Siakam trade, you guys are kind of shorthanded. So what kind of roster challenges does Rick Carlisle face tonight against the Kings?
Well, it's significant because of that. And then 2 guys that would have played, Brown and Wara, are in Toronto now. Neesmith is out. So he'll be scrambling. He's at an obvious disadvantage. And I'm not sure how they'll use the personnel, but you might see guys that don't normally play getting some time. Ben Shepherd, for example, might play a bit. Guys that occasionally get in. Oscar Tshiebwe, who never plays unless it's a blowout. The number 1 draft choice they've given some time to lately. Walker, they like him. I'm sure he'll play tonight. But without their full complement, this is definitely a situation that's advantageous as far as the Kings are concerned.
Mark, before I let you go, you've been a Pacers announcer for 3,000 games? How many games?
3,000 years.
3,000, right? I was going to ask you. You've been to conference finals. You've called Hall of Famers.
Yep.
Give me just one of your favorite Pacers memories.
Oh, that's a good one. That is a really good one. We've had any number over the years. Probably if I had to pick one, it would be Game 5, 1995, Eastern Conference semifinals against the Knicks. Knicks dominating, Pacers down. I forgot 8-10 going to the fourth quarter, whatever it was. And Reggie Miller scored 25 points in the quarter.
Yeah.
Another time, defeat seemed imminent. He scored 8 points in 9 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
So many of the memories that I think fans would cite for sure involve Miller. Now, in recent, I'll tell you this: recently, the game that put the Pacers in Vegas, in Indianapolis against Boston.
Boston, yeah.
That's as loud as I've ever heard it in our building, and that includes a trip to the NBA Finals.
Really?
Fans were really, the fans were into it. It was electric. The players were into it. That was a pretty cool experience also.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for your time. I know you do a lot of these and you wouldn't remember, but you've been so kind to us over the years. I remember talking to you right after the Malice in the Palace. I remember talking to you about, piranha fishing, and you've always been so generous with your time. We appreciate it. Great catching up with you. Have a great call tonight. We hope to talk to you again soon.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Mark.
The great Mark Boyle. Let's take a real quick timeout. We'll come back, wrap things up here from the Golden One Center. Oh, we're going to keep it going. All right. Keep it going here, Jay. Yeah.
Right,
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate that. So, Tyrese Haliburton making his mark in Indiana and finally apparently coming to terms with the fact that, you know what, you're probably all things considered better off there.
Yeah, better off. And, the thing that Mark said that, I think is a lesson in not just basketball life, but life in general that spoke to me when he said Tyrese was angry and hurt about the trade, but he was able to get over that, get through that, and then power on and soldier on. And now look at him. I mentioned it earlier. NBA All-Star voting came out the third round. Tyrese Haliburton, first among guards in the Eastern Conference, but third overall among all guards behind Steph and Luka. This guy's popularity is off the charts.
Yes, and nobody saw that coming.
Yes.
Probably he didn't even see it coming.
Right. But you know what? It couldn't happen to a better guy, a guy that, the Pacers are fortunate to have represent your franchise in a great light. Fans are attracted to him. Teammates seem to love him as well. Think about it. Pascal Siakam. I know we've talked about he's excited to play with Miles Turner, but I got to believe, like Mark said, the fact that you have Tyrese Haliburton, a guy that can set the table for you, make your
selfless leader,
that has to be attractive.
Who is good at it, shares the ball and is good at it.
For
that.
Think about this, Whitey. When Tyrese was here, how many alley-oops and lobs did Rashawn Holmes get? Remember that 1-2 combination? They had some good chemistry going. Tyrese leaves, Rashawn Holmes, his game falls off a cliff here in Sacramento. And so, no, he's a guy that players enjoy playing with.
You're on the call tonight, right? Play-by-play?
Yeah, I'm excited,
man. California?
Yeah, back at it again tonight. Big game, got to get a win. My guy Kevin Herter is warming up right now. He's out of his slump, has looked good over the last 2 games. And so it's a big one tonight.
Yeah, so we're back with you tomorrow. We'll be breaking down hopefully a Kings win, and we'll be finishing up our preparations for the 49ers and your beloved Packers.
My Packers.
Yeah.
Go, Pack, go. That's what we do out there. That's what we do.
Stick around for game night. The High Flyer. The High Flyers former teammates
he's
getting
talking to
honored
Mitch
tonight.
Richmond right now.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, and Scott Marsh as well. Game night next year as we get ready for the Kings and the Pacers on Sactown Sports.
The NFL playoffs continue Saturday on Sactown Sports. First, it's the Texans and Ravens at 1:30, followed by the Packers and 49ers at 5:15. The NFL playoffs are right here on Sactown Sports.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
In the shag bag, if you want to become better at golf, maybe consider moving to the southern parts of the United States. According to the USGA, 8 out of 10 states with the lowest average handicap are situated either along or near the country's southern border. Lowest handicap is Mississippi with an average of 11.6. California comes in 35th with average handicap of 17.1. Where do you fit? Want to gain another 20 yards off the tee? Move up another set of tees. Don't let your ego get in the way. Each of us can only hit the ball so far. If you're not reaching the par fours in 2 shots, go ahead and move up a tee. You'll make more pars and a birdie or two, and your enjoyment will go up twofold. Meredith Lebeck, Director of Player Development at Granite Bay, says you can sharpen your putting skills by playing a game similar to horse on the putting green. Each person putts with the person closest to the hole winning and the others in the group getting the first letter, such as a G in the word golf. Spell golf, and you're out. Try it. That's your golf to go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Have you ever envisioned having $500,000 in advertising to conquer the remodel market, but felt overwhelmed at the thought of going it alone? Now you don't have to. Join Subcontractors United and share your advertising with 2 other contractors in your trade. Get $500,000 in advertising for only $1,042 a month. We are so sure this will work that we're giving away free advertising until June 2024 to qualified contractors. Visit subcontractorsunited.com today.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Winter is coming. I know you know that, but are you prepared to keep your family warm all season long? At American Energy Heating and Air, their goal is to exceed your expectations of the heating and air industry by valuing the customer experience and making your home comfort system as efficient as possible for the most value. So book your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. Prevent dangerous gas leaks. Extend the life of that furnace and save on your energy bills. And here's the guarantee. This isn't a sales call. They're not getting in the door so they can try to sell you a bunch of stuff. No, they're just going to do what they say they're going to do. Call today to schedule an appointment at 916-520-9990 or go to AmericanEnergyAir.com. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A-plus Better Business Bureau rating. Get your $49 furnace tune-up and safety inspection today. 916-520-9990. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder is jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast. With a buck here, buck there. Here, buck, there, buck, everywhere, buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-Do.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is back. 2 big ol' nights, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo with Brantley Gilbert, Dustin Lynch, Walker Hayes, and more. 2-day GA tickets are on sale now, starting at $85, or upgrade your experience with VIP or pit passes. Country in the Park, May 17th and 18th at Cal Expo. For more information, visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Oak Ridge Winery.
Plantar fasciitis feels like pointed, sharp pain, very intense, can make your eyes water. It makes you walk funny because you're trying to get pressure off your heel. I had instability. I was so frustrated. I didn't know what to do. And I was driving past the Good Feet store. I mean, why not? Give it a try.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Teresa actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
They wanted to make sure they fitted me with the right thing. And so they brought out several different arch supports and gave me the opportunity to try them in shoes and walk around with them until they found the perfect ones for my feet. I had no idea that they would be that patient, and I had no idea they would be that kind. And you just knew, like, your feet, just when they got on the right ones, they were like, oh yeah. And it really did make a big difference. It made my foot not hurt. I'm Teresa, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Visit the Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
It's time for game night, getting you ready for Sacramento Kings basketball.
He's got the bucket!
Game night is presented by Power Business Technology, your locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or visit them at powercopiers.com. Here's your host, Scott Marsh, alongside the high flyer, Henry Turner.
Well, Scott Marsh doing a little traveling with UC Davis basketball. So I'm here, Jason Ross, along with the high flyer, Henry Turner. What's up, HT?
We got the A-team in the house. What's going on, baby?
We are ready for basketball. We are ready to erase some demons, Henry.
We got to.
Yeah.
Oh,
last couple
man.
of games.
You know what? We got to get some get back. I mean, we got to have some bounce back here tonight. Kings got to get back on a good field. They got to get back on a roll. We down to number 7 now, man. We're not comfortable with that, are we?
I don't like that.
No.
We would have taken that a few years ago. But I don't like that anymore.
No. We're better than that.
That's right. That's right. Tonight marks the halfway point of the season after today's game. And so a good time to evaluate the Sacramento Kings. Welcome into game night. Jason Ross, the high flyer, Henry Turner here. We're brought to you by Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. It's also a special night. There's a 100 years of basketball royalty they've been celebrating from Rochester to Kansas City, Sacramento, all over the place. The Rock, your buddy, your teammate, Mitch Richmond in the building tonight.
The one, the only, Mitchell J. Richmond.
I see him down there right now talking to Draper and Doug Christie, and I look, and Mitch's toe is on the line. It's another long two for Mitch Richmond.
I'm trying to tell you, he kept that toe on the line, didn't he?
Mitch would have about 7,000 more points if he had a size 11. I don't know what size feet he had, but man, that guy, what a stud.
Man, Mitch was my guy, man. I mean, you know, Mitch helped me out in a lot of ways, Jason. I mean, he really had his imprint on my whole NBA career, because when Mitch got drafted to Golden State, I was right there in Oakland. And so we always worked out, even before I got to the Sacramento Kings. You know, and once I came here, he was still in Golden State. But the summertime, we always linked up and worked out and did all of that. And then once I became a Sacramento King, it was like, oh, man, we back together and, you know, still worked out even more. And, you know, we had this thing to where, you know, Rock was going to work hard because he understood he wasn't the most athletic guy out there. So, you know, he understood that he had to work hard to be as good as he was. And he wouldn't take no less from anybody else because he wanted me to push him hard. He's like, don't play me soft, play me hard. Nobody's going to give me anything. So, I mean, Jason, we play one-on-one in his backyard.
Mm-hmm.
We're playing at 2 a.m, sweating, going hard. So, and for me to have to guard him every night, it was kind of like the Keegan Murray, De'Aaron Fox thing.
Mm-hmm. Makes you better.
Yes,
you better.
It made me a lot better because I knew if I could stop Mitch Richmond on a defensive end, I'm a monster.
Yeah.
And then if I could score on him, oh, yeah, I'm really good now because I'm stealing every move he hit me with.
But you're also helping him, Andrew. You're making him better, like Keegan made De'Aaron better.
And and he said that when he made the Hall of Fame, he was like, this dude here made me better. He said because, he fouled, grab, pull, but I knew if I could score through that, I could score through. Definitely. Oh, definitely.
So he's in the building. We're going to get your stories about Mitch Richmond throughout the night. I mean, when I started doing this, I'd come to Sacramento to go to school up here at UC Davis, and Mitch was a member of the Kings, and the Kings weren't very good. And I knew, I'm like, wow, he's one of the better players. I remember with Run TMC, and then starting working here, and seeing him on a night-to-night basis, and you go, man, this team could win 20 games, maybe mid-30s, sometimes high 30s. But he was there every night putting up all-star numbers and really is one of the greatest Sacramento Kings of all time.
He's number 2 in my eye.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to always throw Webb at 1.
Okay.
He's number 2 because for what both of those guys did for this team and this city, no other player has done it yet.
Yeah. And they're linked together because Mitch Richmond, I mean, you could argue, here's one case, Henry, where I'd almost put Mitch number 1 because Mitch got C-Webb. That was the trade. I mean, you don't get C-Webb without a guy of star quality like Mitch Richmond.
Exactly. You wasn't going to get Webb for a 6-pack of beer.
Right.
You had to have a guy, all-star caliber guy, such as a Mitch Richmond, in order to get Webb. And, you and I, we both agree on this. Basketball started and ended with Chris Webber.
Yeah. Yep. And so it's going to be a special night in that regard. These guys are back home after, really one of the most challenging road trips, like 5 games. We said beforehand, not even knowing the outcome, Henry, 2-3. We go, well, 2-3 is okay. You always want to be above 500 if you can. And they had their chances at 4-1. We know the way the Milwaukee heartbreak ended, and then just the complete frustration of the meltdown against Phoenix.
Jason, when you look at overall, it's not a travesty.
Right.
You still won 2 games.
Right.
Now, the goal was 3. And what really hurts us is that how we lost 3 and 4. We could have had 4, but what really hurts is how, not just that you lost, but how you lost 3 and 4.
Yeah, and if we look at separately at the 2 games, obviously free throws did them in against Milwaukee. Something right. People say they practice. Oh, you guys practice that. You could go to the gym, right? You can go down there, Henry, probably knock out 90 to 100 in a row just because you know how to do it. It's an easy static shot. There's nobody charging, nobody.
Right.
But you can't repeat that in-game situation. And De'Aaron Fox was perfect on the night, missed his most important one. Malik's the best free throw shooter on the team, and he missed 4 that night.
That was tough. And the Kings, you really, when you look at those games, Jason, you're bummed. You're really bummed at how the way they ended. But the Kings played some great basketball in those 2 games.
Yeah.
Man. Not good basketball, great basketball. To be able to take the Milwaukee Bucks, who basically championship or bust, you went bucket for bucket with them all the way to the end. That showed some great that showed that the Kings have taken a step in the right direction. And then to come out with Phoenix. And you really whooped Phoenix. For 3.5 quarters, the Kings whooped Phoenix. Just those last 5 minutes when they went small, the wheels fell off.
Yeah, not only going small, we talk about lessons are easier to learn when you win. The lesson there is if other teams do that, Henry, do what you were doing. And what were they doing all night? I thought they played with as much pace, sharp passing, spacing, and getting everyone involved. It turned into walk the ball up the floor, try to find a mismatch, 4 shots, turn the ball over, and Phoenix, to their credit, also with 5 smalls. Durant's a 7-footer, but you know what I mean. And 5 shooters, and those shooters started knocking them down.
They played right into Phoenix hands when Phoenix did that.
Yeah.
Because at that particular point, Kevin Durant's at the 5, all right? I would have still been pushing the pace. And I much rather see Kevin Durant guarding Sabonis in transition than to just match up with him man for man down there in the post. You got 7-footer on a 6'10" guy. That's going to work, But what happened is Kings walked the ball up. They start turning the basketball over. Now we got to deal with Sabonis having to deal with Kevin Durant in transition.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to work.
No.
That's not going to be pretty.
Yeah. Clearly a missed opportunity, and as you said, inside the same game that they played some of their best basketball. So they're back at it tonight. They will take on the Indiana Pacers. We'll talk about that a lot more as game night continues. But, to me, tonight feels like more of the kind of mindset type of game because, if the Kings were to lose tonight to Indiana, this would be their first 4-game losing streak since the start of last year when they began the year 0-4. And they can't really think that way.
I'm about to say, let's not talk about that.
But they've had 2 really brutal losses. But I love the way they came out after the first brutal loss against Milwaukee was Phoenix. So I'm anxious to see how they kind of do this mentally tonight.
They're going to have to get back on track. Last year, that was my number one thing, is that you can't lose 3 games in a row. And they never did that. They would always lose one, then bounce back. Lose a couple, then bounce back. And that keeps you hovering around that 50% mark, But the Kings then dropped a little bit now. We were solid in that 4th position with a couple of games ahead. Mm-hmm. Now we're down to 7. Now it's time for the Kings to get back on the run, and hopefully they can get back up to that number 3, number 4 spot.
And you talk about a swing. I mean, we're talking about 2 of the most difficult losses of the year. Had they gone in their favor, like you said, it would have been a 4-1 trip. They'd be 10 games above 500 and several games ahead of last year's pace. And a lot of people going, look out for the Kings.
Hey, 10 games above 500. We're still above 500.
Right.
And we're talking about some of the most horrific losses we've seen this year. This team isn't far from where they need to be.
Yeah, and, we'll see if any eventual trades come up for Sacramento. We know the deadline's coming. There is a big trade that was made by Indiana. We will talk about that as the Pacers are here. Domantas Sabonis, obviously facing his former team. We mentioned Mitch Richmond, going to be highlighted tonight. The Rock is in the house. So plenty for us to get to as we're brought to you by Power Business Technology. Experience how the power of family can help your business office equipment needs today. Contact them at 844-POWER-BZ or go to powercopiers.com. Henry and I will take the break, come back. We've got more game night that is straight ahead here on Sactown Sports.
Last season, the Sacramento Kings gave us a little bit of everything. A Pacific Division type GM of the Year, Coach of the Year, Clutch Player of the Year, All-Stars and All-NBA performers. Plus, we got to light the beam.
Here's a steal by Fox, a breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
What does this season have in store? Find out. Each and every Sacramento Kings game can be heard right here on your proud home of the Beam team, Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
It's time to buck up, Sacramento. The professional bull riders are back. PBR Sacramento Wrangler Long Live Cowboys Classic will take over downtown's Golden One Center this February 2nd through 4th. 3 huge nights of edge-of-your-seat bucking, featuring some of the biggest bulls and toughest cowboys on the planet. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get your tickets for a weekend of non-stop bucking action this February 2nd through 4th.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so my family saves big. Take a handout.
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile and save hundreds a year with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited. Just $30 a line a month. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited Intro Service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients meet us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers, the No Surprise guys. We love that old song, Respect. You know, RESPECT. It's a good song and a good business philosophy. At Bell Brothers, everything we do is designed to show respect for our customers. We show up on time out of respect. Our technicians are clean-cut, friendly, and wear identification badges. out of respect. We do good deeds for free for our customers and leave their homes cleaner than we found them. That's right, out of respect. So, if you want plumbing and AC service from a company that will show you some RESPECT, call Bell Brothers. We promise to respect your time, your home, and you. Call Bell Brothers right now to schedule an $87 precision tune-up. Or call if you have plumbing problems. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Back here on game night, Jason Ross along with the high flyer, Henry Turner, as we're back again at the bottom of the next hour. We'll have Kings Live pregame. G-Man will have the call of the Kings and the Pacers. Just home for two. Henry, it's
real quick.
Open weekend, the Hawks on Monday, and then right back out for a 7-game road trip.
Well, you know what it is, Jason. You get to come home, get a little home cooking, get yourself 2 good wins, and go out on the road for the 7-game road trip feeling good about yourself.
That's the idea. That's the plan. Indiana is here tonight. And when we reflect on Indiana, a couple of stats, a couple of things we need to know is this is the number 1 bench scoring team in the league. And last year, Henry, when we talked about the Sacramento Kings and their historically great offense, well, Indiana is smashing all of those records. Indiana on pace to be the number 1 by a landslide, what they're doing this year. Mainly that's when they have Tyrese Haliburton.
Right. When you have a guy like Haliburton at the helm, man, I mean, he makes everybody else better, Jason. That was one of the main things we talked about a young Reese. You know, he can get his own, but he helps each and every last one of those guys that comes off the bench that's on the floor with him. He gets the most out of them guys. That's what makes him so special.
Yeah, and he had been listed as questionable for tonight. I mean, he's been out since he did the splits. Have you ever done that in a game? Did you see that move Tyrese made?
Yes.
You've done that one before?
Yeah, and it's not fun. All of that.
Yeah.
Is he here tonight?
He's in the building. Yeah, I don't know that he's going to give it a go tonight. I would think he's not. He's been, like I said, listed as questionable. He was here last year at his first return back to Sacramento, and
I know he wants to play here.
Of course, he actually wasn't very good last year in the game here, and they got worked by the Kings here a year ago. And so, you've got that situation too, and that's still hanging out there where both teams are happy with the trade. The Pacers got one heck of a guard, and the Kings have a triple-double center just about every night in Domantas Sabonis.
A guy that walks on the floor and gets a triple-double.
Yeah.
Both of these teams really flourished. They got what they needed, and that was the thing. Jason, whenever a player gets traded and goes to another city, sometimes it's exactly what they need. You go to a different situation. You go to a whole different setup. You go to a whole different system out there on the floor. And when that system is tailor-made for you, your basketball game shines.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, tonight's injury report is brought to you by the Arnold Law Firm, providing justice for you since 1975. If you're injured, call the Arnold Law Firm at 916-777-7777. So, yeah, that's a key factor. Obviously, Henry, even the stats support it. When the Pacers have an injured Tyrese Haliburton, or without an injured Tyrese Haliburton, when he's on the floor, they were averaging 127 points per game. Without him, they drop in the 4 games to 113. So that's pretty significant. 14-point drop without Tyrese.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, that just shows what type of business this man stands on out there. Your offense dropped big time when he's not on the floor. So, I'm pretty sure if you're Indiana, you want to get him back in a uniform sooner than later.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about what Indiana did do, as the Kings were rumored with Pascal Siakam as a potential trade. We know the Raptors had already shaken things up, and they were looking about another deal. Well, they did settle on one, and it was Pascal Siakam going to these Indiana Pacers. There's already video today of him landing in Indiana. He'll join the team when all things get cleared here as the Pacers are on this West Coast trip. But let's look at the Pacers, I don't know, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, Henry, when they've got Haliburton and Mathurin and Buddy Hield and Turner and certainly Siakam. We think of other teams first in the East, but what do you think about the new look Pacers?
Oh, man. I mean, on paper, it definitely shoots them up 2 or 3 percentages because, okay, you have Haliburton who has this team playing at a very high level. Then you bring another superstar, all-star type guy. And if Haliburton can make him even better, now you're talking about a basketball team that can't be stopped.
Yeah, there was some risk, at least the early reports, that, the concern about Pascal Siakam is he was going to be a free agent. Would a team be able to sign him? Well, now there's already stuff coming out, Henry, that they're really looking at a long-term max deal for him. So, I mean, they're investing in Pascal Siakam, and they're going to give a run at this.
You have to when you have Tyrese Haliburton already.
Mm-hmm.
You have Turner. I think that's going to really help out Turner. That's going to be the yin to his yang.
Yeah.
That's going to be the exact same thing that's happening up in Minnesota, Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns.
Mm-hmm.
When you get another guy down there with you that takes up a lot of the dirty work and take some of that pressure off of your back, your game elevates.
Yeah, for sure. And, this is a situation now where Indiana, in the deal, the primary parts that they gave up are 3 future first-round picks, a bench player in Jordan Nwora, and Bruce Brown, though. Bruce Brown was a key piece to the championship Nuggets run, and Indiana paid him well. So, that's something that will impact them a little bit. But, you're getting an all-star in Pascal Siakam.
That's the thing. When you can get one of those guys, whenever you can trade for a bona fide all-star that's still in the prime of his career, he isn't broken down, he isn't a has-been, he can still give you big-time numbers, you have to make that jump. You have to make that leap.
What do you think is the hardest part about the trade for, first, the player, like Siakam going to the new team, and then the current team that's kind of built something for 40 games, adding a good player like that?
Now, the one thing that I always look at is, okay, Haliburton is their guy, but the cool thing about that is that Haliburton's a point guard, and he's a facilitator.
He shares,
Siakam is going to be the guy that give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball, because that's who he's been. That's who he is. You don't ask Siakam to come to this team and say, okay, pass the basketball. No. You're a scorer, you're a finisher. But seeing that, Haliburton is the number one, I think that's going to fit pretty well.
What's crazy is how fast this all works in the NBA. Siakam was the last piece of the champion Toronto Raptors.
Mm-hmm.
They've all moved on or retired or whatever. DeRozan, different team. Obviously, Kawhi, different team. Kyle Lowry. It's just the league moves pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Well, Jason, yes, it does. And that's not going to be the last of the big-time movements that you see with these teams. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, Golden State is going to be the next team that's going to start unloading guys. And you'll be like, wow, these guys had one hell of a run. They had a dynasty. They had championship. Golden State's going to be next.
Yeah, I think so too. Several games below 500, trying to figure out what they want to do. So tonight's challenge, though, a good one with the Indiana Pacers. You only play them twice. This one here tonight, the Kings home for just a couple. The pace, and Henry, I think the Kings generally do better with teams that play with pace because that kind of fits Sacramento. Though at times I still feel like the Kings, for whatever reason, aren't playing fast enough.
The last 2 games, Jason, I thought
last 2 have been great.
I thought they played great pace. The one thing, though, is that the Kings sometimes get loosey-goosey with the ball and they turn the basketball over while they're playing at that very high pace. But, Jason, that's just some of the bad that you got to take for the greater good.
Yeah.
Because if they don't play at that pace, you're not hardly getting any good.
Right.
But if they play at that pace, you're getting the best of Sacramento.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that have been so good lately, Henry, is the play of Domantas Sabonis. We talked about him a little bit earlier, as much as Tyrese Haliburton would love to give it a go tonight. I know Sabonis has not played against Indiana a couple times, and this game is here, so it won't feel that abnormal for Sabonis. But you always say it. When you play your former team, you want to give them numbers.
You do. Every single time you step on the court with these guys, I don't care if it's 3-4 years down the line, you still want to give them buckets. That's just part of a basketball player's nature, part of his competitiveness. I was with you guys, but I'm about to give you buckets now.
How long does because I think like a logical thought tonight would be if Miles Turner plays Sabonis well, the thought would be, well, they know each other so well, they've played so many games together. When does that, end? Because Sabonis now has played so many games without him and advanced on his career. So is Turner. Or does it ever end?
It doesn't if you still play the same way.
Okay, so you know him.
If you still play your same style, like for example, if me and Mitch would go out right now and play one-on-one, I know exactly what he wants to do. I know his go-to move because we played together so much. He hasn't changed his game at all. Now, if you change your game, then it's kind of like, okay, well, that's something new.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's something new. But, Sabonis and Miles Turner both, they're they're too old in their careers to be changing anything. They just get more efficient at what they do.
On the other part of this, too, of the trade, we know Tyrese Haliburton, of course, would love to come back here and give the Kings numbers if he were available. How about Fox in this? He wasn't traded, but Fox heard some of that stuff, too. Oh, the Kings traded the wrong guard, even though De'Aaron's having, a couple of awesome years. But he heard some of that. Do you think De'Aaron's caught up in any of that stuff?
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. I mean, won't ever acknowledge it. Won't ever come out and say it.
Probably and they're friends, too. It's not like it's,
Probably won't even come out and have an interview about it. But let me tell you something. Y'all was going to keep him over me. That's what I say. The competitive juices, bro, you can't change that. You can't pull that out of a player and say, okay, he don't feel that way about this no more. No, it's in there.
Yeah.
It's in there. You might hide it. You might suppress it. You might not say anything about it. Oh, but it's there. You wait till we step on this court.
Yeah. That's what's always drives you guys. Obviously, you have talent to get to this level, but at some point it's ego, competitive drive, a coach that didn't play you, a guy who, started ahead of you at whatever level. There's just always someone that's going to drive you, huh?
Bro, if you don't have that, you don't belong on this floor, Jason. I mean, it even comes down to a situation to where, okay, you played more minutes than me.
Yeah.
Or you started over me last year. Oh, no. I'm about to show them that I deserve to be in that spot. It's a mind game you play with yourself because you're always trying to get better.
Yeah.
You're always trying to take that next step.
So tonight, as we mentioned, Henry, it's game 41. So basically the halfway point at the conclusion of tonight. So with this perplexing year for the Kings, we say all the time, the record is actually fine. The losses are puzzling. We're trying to figure this team out. As you look for the second half or the halfway through, what are the areas this team needs to improve on to then have a better reflection on their record?
Oh, man, Jason, I mean, it's so many things that we can point out because we see this team on a daily basis. If you're just watching this team from a national standpoint, you're like, the Sacramento Kings are good. They're good. But we see the small things. I mean, we understand where the Sacramento Kings are lacking on defense. We understand where the Sacramento Kings are lacking in consistency. We understand where the Sacramento Kings are lacking in, pace sometimes. I mean, it's a lot of things that they can really get better at. It's just that question of, okay, how are we going to be able to implement this? On the defensive side, this is almost 2 years we've been talking about this.
Yeah.
So, in 2 years, same coaches, same system, they still haven't figured it out. They're still, trying to probe and try to find a way. But to combat that, I think the early fix for this is, and I hate to say it, Jason, because this is not me and it's not in my being, but the early fix is you better get your offense so tight that you don't need the defense.
I'm with you. I mean, when everybody's talking about potential trades and moves, I get the thought of another perimeter defender, some interior help, yes, the weakness is defense, but I think last year, Henry, to your point, they were so good offensively. When you're number one at something,
right.
I mean, you don't want to be last in defense, but if you're number one in offense and you're 20th in defense, that's still going to be a good basketball team. This year, they're closer to about 9th or 10th offensively, which is good, but they're not top 10 defensively, and I feel like it's impacted their overall consistency we're talking about.
And honestly, Jason, you said they're about 9th or 10th in efficiency. And let's keep it 100. They haven't gotten what they needed out the 2 and 3 spot yet.
Correct.
They haven't found it yet. So let's say, for example, if they can get consistency out that 2-3 spot and get back to maybe 2 or 1, we're not talking about that defense no more because you're so good offensively, you're going to win games.
Yeah, and if anybody wants a sign of encouragement, it was right about this point last year. The Kings weren't number one offensively at this point last year. Then the back half of the season, they actually really went off. Offensively, the record showed it as well, and they ended up playing better. But there's a lot of basketball left. We'll see how they go as this one goes along. We've got more game night coming up. We want to tell you that more than 100 youth from our community need a mentor, and you can help. Big Brothers, Big Sisters, one-to-one mentoring program matches adult volunteers and children based on personal interests, life experiences, and geographic proximity. The program serves children ages 7 to 18 who are being raised by single parents, grandparents, or foster parents in Sacramento, Yolo, and South Placer counties. Call 916-646-9300 or visit bbbs-sac.org to learn about being a volunteer mentor. For just a few hours a month, you can impact the life of a child. So stand with us, become a brother, big brother, or big sister. All right, Henry and I will take the break. We'll come back. We'll look more about this game. We'll go around the league as well as game night continues here on Sactown Sports.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike with the left hand. The Kings lead by 3.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
No teams have faced each other more in playoff history than the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. That record-setting 10th meeting is Saturday night as the top seed 49ers look to move to the NFC Championship, while Green Bay is seeking their second consecutive upset.
Join Greg Papa and Tim Ryan for the call. Saturday at 5:15 on your home for the San Francisco 49ers, Sactown Sports.
San Francisco!
The 2024 Honda Civic LX sedan from Elk Grove Honda offers all the safety, reliability, performance, and great gas mileage you've come to expect from Honda for all these years. With anti-lock brakes, tire pressure monitoring system, backup camera, and Honda safety sensing package including collision mitigation braking system, you can see why a sporty, redesigned Civic from Elk Grove Honda gives you a lot for your money. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
This year, wouldn't it be great to stop dealing with thin, brittle, shedding hair and instead have the thick, healthy, gorgeous hair you've always wanted? Well, now you can by using Hair Volume from New Nordic. Hair Volume is the all-natural solution trusted by millions of women around the world to say goodbye to thin, brittle, shedding hair. Look for Hair Volume at your local Walgreens and CVS or online at Amazon.com or NewNordicUSA.com. Go to NewNordicUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Hair Volume at your local Walgreens or CVS.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there, here buck, there buck, everywhere buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
2024 means it's time to start something new and save up to $20,000 off MSRP on a new 2023 Ram 1500 DT Crew Cab 4x4 Eco Diesel from Knight Elk Grove Dodge. During the Start Something New sales event, Knight Elk Grove Dodge has over 30 new 2023 Ram 1500 DT Eco Diesels, all up to $20,000 off MSRP in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovecdjr.com. MSRP $73,635, net price $53,590 after $9,000 dealer discount and $10,045 in rebates. NPN 537381 expires 13124.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
We continue here on game night. As we're brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Check out their full line of luxury vehicles at mbofstockton.com. Jason Ross in for Scott Marsh. The high flyer Henry Turner here. We are watching on the beautiful big screen here above us at Golden One Center highlights of The Rock. Mitch Richmond, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest Sacramento Kings of all time, in the building tonight. Henry, you've got to have, some classic memories. He's a friend and competitor. What are some of your favorite stories to tell people about Mitch?
Wow, man. Me and Mitch, man, we would just we was competitors. I mean, we was always friends before either one of us came to Sacramento. We were friends back in the day. But then once we became teammates, man, we became real close. And, we both love to work out. And I would have to say probably like one of the funniest stories I can tell is that before each and every game, Mitch and I would play one-on-one. I mean, we would play hard. He was getting ready. I would get ready. I would push him and say, okay, I'm coming at you. You better be ready. You play whoever tonight. So usually we play one-on-one, and usually Mitch would win, right? But this one day, it was HT's night.
Mm-hmm.
The ball was dropping, and I'm winning. And it's time for us to go in. Mitch's like, no. Run it back. We play another game. I win. Run it back. I'm like, yo, man, we got to go. He's like, no. Keep running it back. Man, Saint came out the locker room, and he came on the floor. He was like, what in the hell are you two guys doing? He said, Mitch, you're going to be tired as hell. How can I play you? And Henry, you're his backup. You're going to be tired also. You two guys are killing me. Get in here.
I can picture Mitch, too. He's all, as a competitor, you're like, all right, you got me once, but we're going to run this back. Oh, you got me again? We're going to run this back.
Oh, he was hot. And see, what you got to understand, Jason, is that he has a dual ego.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch is the guy you see out here tonight.
Yeah.
Mitch will be the guy you see in the locker room having a good time, playing video, shooting pool. Mitch is the good guy. Rock is the one that's in number 2.
Yeah.
He's a competitor, and he's a total different dude. Oh, he was hot. He was so hot, he probably wanted to play one-on-one after the game was over with. Come on, man, I got to win.
He was probably thinking about that during the game he was playing it.
Exactly. Yo, man, meet me at the house.
Yeah.
We're about to go get it in.
Exactly. Well, I'm so glad they're honoring him tonight. Of course, he is one of Sacramento's Hall of Famers, as he made the Hall of Fame. Just legendary here. Had a great Hall of Fame career and a couple different stops, obviously, with the Warriors, the Kings, the Wizards. And we won't talk about the last one where I think he won a championship, didn't he? With that?
Yeah, he got a ring with him, bro.
Got a ring with that team.
He got a ring with him, bro.
They all count, I guess, and congrats. And Buddy got a ring, but his day here, I loved in 95 when he was representing Sacramento, went to Phoenix, won the All-Star Game MVP. I still wish he was wearing a Kings jersey that day. That's when they had kind of the made for All-Star Game jerseys. Yeah. But that was a really cool moment for him too.
It was too, man. And you know what? And I was so proud and so hyped because, like I said, we worked out tough together, man. And he helped my game. I helped his game. And when he won that, it was kind of like, I had a piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
I was just so happy for my teammate. I'm like, yo, bro, you did it, man. You did it. You earned that.
Absolutely. Man, and what's funny is the game changes, but, some of the things, I think Mitch right now would be awesome. He was awesome then. Oh, my God. But, he would shoot threes, but the way the floor is spaced, he could post if he wanted to, bully ball if he wanted.
Mitch had all 31 flavors.
Yeah.
Because he was so strong that, he learned how to use his body and get to his spots where he wanted to. And if he got that thing off, it's going in.
Yeah.
So, he could shoot the hell out the ball, and as far as being physical, he had no problem with, taking the contact. In today's game, he would be a monster.
Yeah, he'd get a ton of free throws because, you can't touch guys the way you could before. And if you're trying to move him off his spot, good luck.
Wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And he shoots a high clip from the free throw line.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a monster then. He would have fit now. Some guys just would have been seamless. Mitch Richmond definitely would have been great. So I'm glad they're honoring him tonight. Around the NBA, if we look at some of the things, it's kind of a lighter night. Got to start, Henry, though, with a completely somber note. I'm just, devastating news for the basketball world, for the Golden State Warriors, as one of their assistants, passed the other day in team function, team dinner. And we heard word that it was not sounding good, and then officially passed away. Connections with Mike Brown. All of it. He's a family, wife and kid. It's just a terrible, terrible situation.
You know what, Jason? They're a family just like, the players are a family. So, it's kind of like losing one of your family members. You work with this guy every day, all day. You go into battle with this guy. It's like I said, it's like losing a family member, bro. So when something like that so tragically hit, it devastates the squad.
For sure. I know Leandro Barbosa, we mentioned, and Mike Brown, just connections to that Warrior team and really the basketball world. I know there'll be a moment of silence here tonight to honor that and to recognize, but just We're going to talk about scores and runs and defense and trade deadline, all that stuff. But a lot of times this puts things in perspective. Tonight, the Knicks lead the Wizards 62-56. That's in the third. The Raptors and Bulls. With the trade deadline coming up, the Bulls lead by 10. I feel like Chicago's a team to watch, Henry, because we've heard Levine's name out there. DeMar DeRozan, they've underperformed. Chicago could be a team that looks different in a few weeks.
No doubt. I mean, if Toronto is looking different now and Indiana's looking different, it's going to be some other moves being made. And, hearing the rumors, Zach LaVine, you hear Debo. So I definitely think that before trade deadline is over with, something's going to happen with those teams.
Tonight also in the West, you have the Memphis Grizzlies at the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minnesota continues to do some great things as they've got a stellar record now at 29-11. They play their midway point. And the Grizzlies, man, they just keep getting injured. We already knew about Ja. Bane's been out a little bit. Marcus Smart now is going to miss several more weeks. But they compete. But it's just I would watch Memphis, too, as a team that if there's something on the fringes, just because they know likely this year is going to be a year without the playoffs, they can maybe make a move.
I was about to say, buyers or sellers?
I think they're sellers, and a guy I would watch is Marcus Smart because they added him. I feel like they want their core to be Jaren Jackson Jr., Bane, and John Moran. And I could picture a lottery season this year with the right trade, and they could be right back near the top next year.
No doubt.
And then the other game, believe it or not, of all the teams in the NBA, the hottest team going, the Utah Jazz. They've worked themselves to 2 games above 500. They've won 6 in a row, and I think it's 14-2 in their last 16. They're at home for the Thunder. And, further proof, Henry, that you just got to stick with it. We can make opinions about teams 5 games in, 10, 20. It constantly changes, and the Jazz right now are on a real hot streak.
And, and you really have to pay homage to who's running the helm. One Danny Ainge.
Yep.
He did it with Boston. And did it at a very high level. Seems like he's coming to Salt Lake City, and he's able to do it again. There is a recipe for this, and if you get the recipe, all you got to do is plug and play, and it seems like that's what he's doing in Utah.
Yeah, they're doing some amazing things, and they continue to do so. Some other things to watch, certainly, as we said, is the trade deadline. The latest All-Star balloting came out around the league. Well, I guess the good news for the Kings, they finally got 2 guys in the top 10. DeMontis goes to 10 in the front court, and De'Aaron's at 7. But that's the vote where, you take the top 3 front court and top 2 back court. Those guys are going to get in via their play, not through the votes.
Yeah, we know they're not going to start 5.
Yeah.
But they're going to be there. They're going to be able to, represent this team, and rightfully so. Keegan Murray will be back for the sophomore game, right?
Yeah, he should be.
Yeah, Keegan Murray will be back for the sophomore game. And you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing Malik Monk in the 3-point contest.
Yeah, he's been in a dunk contest before.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him in the 3-point contest.
That'd be fun. The other thing that I found interesting about the latest voting from the All-Star game, the leading vote getter in the East for guards in the backcourt, Tyrese Haliburton.
Yep, number 1.
Yes, he's over 2 million votes. What's interesting is he's gone to the right conference. If you look at the top vote getters in the East, you're talking about Tyrese, Trae Young, Damian Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, Tyrese Maxey. The West, man, that's a tough group to crack with Luka, Steph. They're usually the highest vote getters. Luka's a 3 million votes. Steph's at 2.6. You got Shea, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, all regular. So the West backcourt is just absolutely loaded.
It's hard when you look at, like you said, Harden slid back.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, you have
Kyrie slid back.
Steph. Kyrie slid back, and then you're always going to have, where are you going to put Paul George?
Right.
Because
front court, back court.
Because he's really a 2 for them, so you have a lot. And then we didn't even say nothing about CJ McCollum.
Right.
He deserves it.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of good players in the West, man, a lot.
It's a good problem to have, I guess. But again, De'Aaron coming in 7th right now in the latest voting, and a 10th for Domantas Sabonis. All right, break time for us as we're brought to you by National Garage Door. Call today for your basketball special. That's 916-638-4554. Henry and I are back. We got a final segment ahead. We'll look at tonight's matchup between the Kings and the Pacers and a few more thoughts that's straight ahead here on Sactown Sports.
The divisional round of the NFL playoffs continues Saturday on Sactown Sports. First, it's the AFC's top seed Baltimore Ravens as they look to back up the league's best record when they host the upstart Houston Texans.
Then the 49ers start their postseason as they host the Green Bay Packers. Texans and Ravens at 1:30, Packers and 49ers at 5:15.
The NFL playoffs right here on your home for Super Bowl 58, Sactown Sports.
No teams have faced each other more in playoff history than the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. That record-setting 10th meeting is Saturday night as the top seed 49ers look to move to the NFC Championship, while Green Bay is seeking their second consecutive upset.
Join Greg Papa and Tim Ryan for the call, Saturday at 5:15 on your home for the San Francisco 49ers, Sactown Sports.
San Francisco!
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee-owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. It's a new year. So, Chad, the big question, what's happening at Hoblet for Chrysler's Start Something New sales event?
We're starting the year off with even more savings. Right now, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 heavy-duty trucks with no payments for 90 days. That means you can get the new personal or company truck you've been needing and not make a payment for 3 months.
But why choose Hoblet versus all the other guys?
Because we not only have the best savings, we have the best selection of the hard-to-find heavy-duty trucks you need. Plus, when you come to Hoblet, you get the big city savings with the small-town family feel. There's a reason why so many of our customers buy from us over and over again.
Aha! See their full inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,000 total net savings after 98.34 factory rebates and 51.66 dealer discount. Rebates may include 1,000 Case equipment bonus cash. Must have purchased qualifying new equipment from Case dealer. No payments for 90 days through Chrysler Capital on approved credit. 10th is net savings. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Henry Turner, a.k.a. the High Flyer. I've done a lot of amazing things on the basketball floor, but now it's your turn to be amazing. For more than 55 years, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Sacramento has helped out the youth beat many odds. Too many littles, especially boys, are still waiting for volunteers, Big Brothers. Volunteers to spend at least 4 to 6 hours a month with local youth who needs guidance and support. So donate your time to Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the greater Sacramento area. Get involved. It's easy as a layup. Call 916-646-9300.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
There's HT. I saw you on that big screen. As we continue here on game night, images of that's the 95-96 Kings, Henry? Or 94-95? 95-96?
Yeah, 94-95.
94-95, the team that won the first playoff game in Sacramento Kings history. Kings made the playoffs the very first year here. And then that 94-95 squad, boy, we're talking about Mitch, who's going to be honored tonight, Henry. He was your teammate then.
Right.
You guys had that series 1-1 with that great win in Seattle coming home. We still talk about that atmosphere for Game 3, how incredibly energetic and amazing that was. And Mitch got hurt in that third game at home. I really wonder how that series would have gone if Mitch stayed healthy.
Man, I mean, it was crazy. We came home, man, and it was so many people out at the airport, like Sacramento do, man. I mean, nothing different. Everybody came and they celebrated us, man, and it was nice.
Well, so it's good to have him honored tonight as we continue here. It's the Kings and the Pacers. So, Henry, let's talk about this matchup specifically for tonight. We talked about Indiana so good at scoring and, pardon the pun, their pace. They're number one in the league. Kings, though, are good offensively, too, coming off 2 heartbreaking losses. So what are some of the things you're watching for in tonight's matchup?
Number one for us, Jay, is we got to have that pace.
Yeah.
If we don't have that pace, man, it's not going to help. It's not going to happen for us. And then, defensively, we got to stop them because they like to get up and down and score too. So it's going to have to be some sort of defense out there, but still we got to get our offensive game going.
You know, we've talked about so many people in the crossover here as Tyrese Haliburton obviously was a former King. Domantas Sabonis, a former Pacer. We've mentioned Buddy Hield. I mean, Buddy can still get it done, and Buddy had many good years here in Sacramento.
Buddy Buckets. You talk about a guy that was breaking some records while he was here. He was one of those guys knocking down threes, man. I mean, the three ball really changed the league, and it definitely helped out Buddy Buckets' game.
Yeah, Buddy came in the right time, and because most teams have the green light, most players like Buddy have the green light, and so there might be shots sometimes, and we know it. We experience it where you go, Buddy, what are you doing? Nice shot. You know, he's that kind of player.
He is, man, and when he gets warm, man, he can definitely take your team to another level.
Yeah, so those are some of the things to check out tonight as the Kings are home for just 2. It's tonight. Then a rare open weekend. They will play Monday against the Atlanta Hawks. And so, you know, after tonight, the halfway point, you just want to keep this thing going. They haven't lost 4 in a row since the beginning of last year. I think all in all, you know, by accounts, I think, you know, with all the ups and downs this team has had, Henry, I feel like the team, by appearances, looks like they're all together. They're not really fractured by any means.
No. I mean, that will be one thing where I haven't seen, you know, the team grumbling, you know, haven't seen bad body language, haven't seen that at all.
Yeah.
You know, I think when they lose, everybody understands, and, you know, they definitely regress as a basketball team. I don't think it's no individual thing there.
Yeah, we saw, what was the game not that long ago? There was a thing with Monk and Coach Brown, but that was an isolated player-coach thing that does happen. That wasn't, you know, anybody upset with playing time or a friction. That was just a kind of a thing that they both acknowledged and moved on from.
Oh, sure. I mean, you know, you had that a lot.
Yeah.
You know, player. I mean, especially when you have a coach like Coach Brown who hold guys accountable and is trying to teach.
Yeah.
You know, I like that. I really do, because as you see, it got the best out of Monk because he responded. And sometimes you have to do whatever it takes to get your guys to respond.
Yeah. Malik Monk, you know, there's so many people that get highlighted in this league. And if they're doing an NBA advertisement for tonight and everybody was healthy, it'd probably be Fox versus Haliburton or Sabonis and Haliburton just because of the trade. I feel like they could highlight Monk. If people watch him on a regular basis, he's tremendous to watch.
He don't get his just due when it comes down to high publicity and hype. But, bro, he is worth the ticket of admission.
Yeah.
I love watching Malik Monk play.
With the basketball, his passing in the paint, in the tight spaces, those pocket passes. If he's going to go after a dunk, too, he's going to go after it.
That's one thing I didn't see in Malik Monk's game the time he played in Charlotte or the time he played in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know he facilitates and sees the floor the way he does. His basketball IQ with running that pick and roll, I didn't see none of that in L.A.
Yeah, and again, we go back to, we've talked about this many times this year, whether it's pre-games or post-games, kind of wondering that Coach Brown has tried everybody at the 2 but Malik Monk. I mean, he clearly likes him coming in with that second group at some point and running the offense, but man, I just think the more minutes Malik's on the floor, usually good things are happening.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it because, you know what, I've always said when Malik Monk is on the floor, and especially if he's facilitating and handling the ball, it gives De'Aaron a rest.
Yeah.
De'Aaron can still be on the floor. He still can be that feared player, but it gives him a rest. The onus isn't always on him.
Something we talked about earlier, too, was what's been missing in the first 40 games, consistency from the 2 and 3. I would say at the back end of the trip, we probably saw the best of Kevin Huerter and some good stuff from Harrison Barnes. They need more, and certainly more games of it, Henry, but I hope that's the start of something.
We need consistency out of those guys. You know, instead of us getting it once every 3 games or once every 4 games, those guys have to at least come out and give us their effort.
Yeah, and I think the one we say, I don't know that one's more important than the other. I will give this to Huerter. Huerter's going to shoot. He might go 1 of 8, but he's going to shoot. Where Barnes sometimes
floats.
Yeah, and that just can't happen, right?
Yeah, he gets caught floating, and you know, and I don't know if it's one of those things where he elects or defers to other players, but on this basketball team, we can't afford him to do that.
Right.
He has to be one of the main ingredients. He has to be one of the tone setters in order for this team to be successful.
Yeah, and it's so weird. I mean, he's played enough. He's not a young guy. He's been around.
Right.
He's been in, you know, he was the lead guy in Dallas. He's been an important piece here. He's been a championship role player. he's kind of had all the roles, but it just, for whatever reason, he hasn't this year had the same impact that he did last year.
No, he didn't. And Jason, I've said this from day one, and I will say this until he's a King no more, is that he is so important to this team. It's almost unacceptable for Harrison Barnes to leave a game only shooting 3 and 4 times a night.
Yeah.
No, I don't care how badly he shoots. He has to at least shoot the ball 10 to 12 times on a bad night.
Yeah, and he touches the ball. It's not like it's a thing. I know Coach Brown said we don't really run plays for him. I think the way the offense works, if you're moving around and cutting, you're going to get touches.
I mean, actually, who do they run plays for?
Great
it's a
point.
free-flowing offense.
Yeah, it's a read and react.
It's a read and react. So, it's no set call play unless they come out of a timeout. But besides that, it's a read and react offense.
Yeah, I mean, Fox is going to be aggressive. Malik's going to be aggressive. I think we're starting to get Keegan to get in that mode a little bit more. And Sabonis is going to make something happen, whether it's for him or someone else. It's just Barnes kind of needs to get out of that, hey, let the game come to me mode.
No, and being, okay, I got to be press mode. And as we talk right now, Mr. Tyrese Haliburton is coming out on the floor. Now, is he coming out to get a pregame workout in or what?
I think so, because this is pretty late, right? This is most everybody's off the floor, and a lot of times when guys come out this late, it's for one additional workout. I didn't see him cleared for anybody to play, but he's getting close. I know he's been working out.
Right.
And it's killing him if he's not playing tonight.
And he's going to have a lot of say if he plays tonight or not.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find anything last minute on Tyrese Haliburton, but I don't think there was any expectation. I mean, again, he was listed as questionable, but I don't think he's going to give it a go tonight. But it's too bad because I'd love to see him. I'd love to see him out there. He's fun to watch play.
No doubt. I mean, especially what he's doing this year.
Yeah.
He's definitely stepped his game up.
All right. So, yeah, he's going through a late workout there. He would love to have this opportunity. Let's see. We're getting some other late word. Yeah, Tyrese Haliburton officially is listed as out from the Indiana Pacers. So, yeah, Henry, that's just a late workout, get in front of the fans. Some of those people down low get to see him, but Tyrese going through the warm-up routine.
Nice. Good deal.
Yep. Well, we'll see him the next time the Kings play the Indiana Pacers. All right, that's it for us tonight here on Game Night. Henry and I, though, are right back here in a moment with the G-Man as we're going to have Kings Live pregame. That's coming your way next right here on Sactown Sports.
Sunday on Sactown Sports, 2 more teams will punch their tickets to the conference championships. The Detroit Lions get another home game as they host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then it's Mahomes versus Allen as the Chiefs battle the Bills in Buffalo.
Bucs and Lions Sunday at noon, followed by Chiefs and Bills at 3:30.
Get all your NFL playoff action on your home of Super Bowl 58. Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Friday will start off cloudy and fairly mild with temperatures in the mid-40s. We'll look for shower chances after sunset on Friday. High temperature will reach 60. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
The 2024 Honda Civic LX sedan from Elk Grove Honda offers all the safety, reliability, performance, and great gas mileage you've come to expect from Honda for all these years. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Kevin Lewis with National Garage Door, reminding you that in Sacramento, National Garage Door is the king of garage doors. We service, sell, and install garage doors and openers. Call us today for your basketball special. A new 16x7 Rainer garage door with insulation and a belt drive opener for only $24.49 installed. Give us a call today, 916-638-4554.
638-4554 National Garage Door.
With RT Painting, our name says it all. We are a reliable and trusted commercial and residential painting company serving the Sacramento area since 1998. Employee-owned, our attention to detail is second to none. Put our decades of experience serving our community to use for you. Get a free quote today. Call us at 916-900-8112. That's 916-900-8112. Or go online to rtpainting.com. That's rtpainting.com. RT Painting, your trusted and reliable painting contractor of choice.
Sacramento fans, it's more fun to see your Kings hit the court live. And when you need tickets to the next game, Ticketmaster's got you covered with a wide selection of seats available. As the official ticket marketplace of the Sacramento Kings and the NBA, Ticketmaster gives you more ways to find your perfect seat, whether you're making plans in advance or heading to the game last minute. And if your plans change, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell or transfer your tickets. Plus, mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Buy or sell tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
What if every time you filled your tank, someone gave you a high five? Well, at Chevron, we've got the next best thing. When you download the Chevron app and sign up, you can save $1 per gallon on your next 3 visits with Chevron Rewards.